This audiobook reveals how your thoughts aren't just ideas, they're instructions. Discover the hidden language of vibration and why reality doesn't respond to effort, but to energy. Learn how to stop asking and start embodying the frequency that life can't ignore. What if the universe is already obeying you? In the invisible fabric of existence, most people believe they are simply tuning into life, receiving whatever reality chooses to give. But the truth is far more astonishing. You are not a passive receiver. You are an active transmitter. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every belief you hold is broadcasting into the universe, like a constant frequency rippling through the quantum field. What you call life is not happening to you, it's echoing you. The world you see outside is not a static backdrop. It is a moving mirror dancing to the signals you've been sending, often without knowing. A boy named Thomas once believed he was unlucky. Every day his world seemed to confirm it. Missed buses, broken pencils, friends forgetting his name. He thought he was simply noticing life. But one night, after hearing his grandfather speak of thought as power, Thomas sat quietly and asked himself a strange question. What if I'm not noticing, but creating? The next morning he woke up, and before his feet touched the ground, he repeated one thought: everything flows in my favor. He didn't say it like a spell. He let it soak into his chest, like warm sunlight. At school, a classmate smiled at him. At lunch, the vending machine gave him 2 snacks instead of 1. Later that week, a teacher complimented him on his handwriting, something no one had ever noticed. Thomas didn't say much, but inside, he knew something had shifted, and that was the beginning of his awakening. You see, the universe is not ignoring you. It's obeying you. Not the words you speak with your lips, but the signals you emit with your being. These broadcasts do not need antennas or wires. They are vibrational, instantaneous, and precise. If you wake up believing the world is harsh, your signal is filled with defensiveness, fear, and contraction, and life reflects this back with uncanny accuracy. If you move through your day with the subtle inner knowing that things work for you, the signal shifts, and reality bends to match it. This is not magic. It is not even faith in the traditional sense. It is frequency. Your consciousness is the transmitter, and reality is the ever-loyal receiver, but it does not respond to begging, hoping, or wishing. It responds to certainty, to conviction, to embodied knowing. It listens to who you are being, not what you are saying. The moment you understand this, everything changes. You begin to observe your life not as a victim of unseen forces, but as the author of an invisible broadcast that sculpts the visible. Every moment becomes an opportunity to fine-tune your station. And the first step is awareness, noticing the loop you're in, feeling the energy you're sending, choosing to upgrade the signal. The power was never out there. It was always humming quietly inside you, waiting for you to remember that you've been transmitting all along. And now that you know, the dial is in your hands. Before the beginning, there was not nothing. There was awareness, silent, infinite, unformed. It was not light, not dark, not movement, not stillness. It was pure potential, resting in itself, dreaming no dreams, yet holding every dream that could ever be. In this vast, formless field, there stirred a ripple, not of sound, not of motion, but of intention. A single impulse arose, not because it was needed, but because it was time. And in that impulse came the first thought. It was not a word, for words had not been invented. It was not language, yet it was the blueprint of all language. It was simply this: let there be. That thought did not echo, it created. From its vibration, stars ignited like sparks from a divine match. Galaxies spiraled into being, not chaotically but harmoniously, following the tone of that thought like dancers following music. This was not a random explosion. It was precise, intentional, intelligent. The universe did not stumble into existence. It responded to a thought. This first thought is not myth or metaphor. It is the same force that speaks through you now. For you are not separate from that ancient awareness. It is not history. It is memory coded into your very being. Every time you think with conviction, every time you feel with clarity, every time you decide with full presence, you are echoing the original spark. You are not a visitor in the universe. You are its extension, its expression, its living continuation. Long before telescopes, long before names like Orion or Andromeda were whispered under ancient skies, the stars had already received their instructions. They were the response to a frequency, not a command, but a resonance. What few understand is that you are doing the same thing every day. Your thoughts are not contained to your head. They speak outward. They arrange people, coincidences, opportunities, not because the universe is listening in a human way, but because it is tuned to vibration. And vibration is shaped by thought infused with feeling. The stars you see at night are not just burning gas. They are reminders. They are ancient evidence that consciousness can take the invisible and make it shine. That thought can become substance. That nothingness, when stirred with intention, becomes everything. You have this power, not symbolically, not poetically, literally. The only difference between the stars and your life is scale and belief. You do not lack creative force. You simply forgot that your thoughts are not commentary. They are construction. They are blueprints. They are commands spoken in the language of the field. So pause now and consider this. What thought are you speaking into the cosmos today? Is it muddled, hesitant, reactive? Or is it clear, intentional, and alive with vision? Because whatever you speak, the stars remember how to listen. And the universe, as it did at the beginning, will always respond to the one who dares to think with sacred certainty. There is no off switch. From the moment you open your eyes to the moment you drift into sleep, and even long after that, your signal continues to hum through the invisible fabric of the universe. Most believe they are only creating when they're consciously manifesting, when they're focusing on a goal or visualizing a dream. But the deeper truth is more humbling and more powerful. You are always transmitting, not just in your clarity, but in your confusion, not just in your hope, but in your fear. The universe does not discriminate. It does not wait for you to be intentional. It responds to what is constant in your field, regardless of whether or not you are aware of it. A man named Ellis spent most of his life blaming the world for his bad luck. Every job ended in disappointment. Every relationship collapsed into silence. He thought he was cursed. Until one morning, half asleep and disoriented, he heard a phrase echo through his mind so clearly it startled him awake. "You are always broadcasting." It wasn't a voice, it was a realization. That day, Ellis began to watch himself, not just his actions, but his thoughts in the quiet moments. He noticed how often he expected failure, how frequently he rehearsed conversations that hadn't even happened, how he replayed old disappointments like sacred rituals. These weren't just memories, they were signals. And the world was simply answering the broadcast. You must understand this. Your life is not random. The circumstances around you are not a coincidence. They are coherence. They are matching the vibration you've most consistently held, especially when you are not trying. Your unconscious state is the loudest signal you emit because it is the most stable. The universe is not listening to your wishes. It's attuned to your default. And your default is crafted in the quiet, automatic thoughts you barely notice anymore. There is no shame in this, only awareness. You are not guilty for what you've broadcasted unknowingly, but you are responsible now. The moment you realize that your signal is always on, you are gifted a power few dare to wield, the ability to choose, not once, not with effort, but over and over until the new signal becomes your new unconscious. If you want love, but your inner dialogue whispers unworthiness, your signal speaks louder than your words. If you want abundance, but you feel lack while paying bills, Your transmission overrides your intentions. You do not need to try harder. You need to become more aware. Begin to watch your thoughts like a scientist tuning an instrument, not with judgment, but with curiosity. Ask yourself, what am I broadcasting right now? And even deeper, what have I been broadcasting for years without knowing? Because even when you think nothing's happening, something is. Even when you're passive, the universe is active. Even when you're lost in habit, your field is at work. You are never not creating. The question is, are you ready to become conscious of the signal you're already sending? You've been taught to think your way through life, to solve problems with logic, to plan your future with strategy, and to affirm your desires with carefully chosen words. But the universe doesn't respond to your sentences. It responds to your signal, and that signal is not generated by thoughts alone. It is shaped, charged, and broadcast by emotion. Thought gives shape, but feeling gives power. Thought may be the blueprint, but emotion is the electricity that lights it up. A thought without feeling is like a seed left on stone. It cannot grow. But a feeling, even with no words at all, speaks volumes to the unseen forces that arrange reality. Consider a woman named Helena, who every morning recited positive affirmations. She told herself she was abundant. She told herself she was loved. But in her chest lived a quiet ache, a steady feeling of lack and loneliness she never addressed. She didn't understand why her reality didn't match her mantras, why the world seemed to ignore her well-crafted affirmations, until one day, sitting alone in a quiet cafe, she closed her eyes and dropped beneath the words. And there it was, the truth. She didn't feel abundant. She felt forgotten. That day, Helena stopped reciting and started listening. She stopped forcing thoughts and began tending to feeling. Slowly, she began to choose emotions that aligned with the life she wished to live. Not fake joy, not forced gratitude, but real emotions she could embody now. Contentment, peace, possibility. Within weeks, things shifted. Not because her words changed, but because her frequency did. The universe hears you not by what you say, but by what you feel most often. Emotions are not side effects of experience. They are generators of experience. Fear, shame, joy, delight, anger, relief. Each one sends a distinct signal into the field, and the field echoes it back in the form of events, people, and patterns. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest what you feel as real. If you feel unsafe, the universe mirrors risk. If you feel unworthy, it reflects rejection. But if you feel wholeness, it rearranges to match that harmony. There is no need to suppress negative emotions. Feel them fully, let them move, and release them. The danger is not in feeling something bad, it's in rehearsing it so long it becomes your station. You're not being punished by emotion, you're being shown what you're tuned to, and once you know the frequency, you can change it. This is why a single moment of pure gratitude can shift your entire day. Why one deep breath of true peace can bend reality. Because emotion is a magnet. It either repels or attracts the life you're asking for. The question is not, what do you want? The question is, what are you feeling right now? Because that feeling is your broadcast, and the universe is always listening. In a world that appears scattered, unpredictable, and chaotic, the idea that your will can shape it seems impossible. But the truth is, the field of reality is not moved by noise. It is moved by coherence. And coherence comes not from force, but from focused desire, not the kind of wanting that is tangled with desperation, but the kind of knowing that burns steady like a flame. Your will is a wavelength, and when it becomes clear, strong, and unwavering, it overrides the static of fear, doubt, and randomness that fill the lives of most. There once lived a young man named Leo who worked in the back of a mechanic shop fixing things no one else wanted to touch. Life, for him, was routine until he found an old journal buried behind a wall, filled with entries about how thought influences matter. The idea fascinated him. Every night, after wiping grease from his hands, he would sit and stare at the ceiling, wondering if his thoughts had ever moved anything at all. Then one night he decided to test the theory. He didn't ask for something vague. He didn't beg for change. He simply chose. He picked one outcome, a new position that hadn't been posted yet. He saw it, felt it, walked it in his mind. For 2 weeks he returned to that vision like clockwork, not obsessively but deliberately, quietly, focused. And on the 15th day, the shop owner announced a surprise promotion. A new role had opened up, and Leo was asked to fill it. No interview, no competition, just alignment. You see, desire is not enough. Most people want things while simultaneously fearing they won't get them. They water their intentions down with uncertainty, scatter them with distraction, and pollute them with impatience. But true will is not loud. It does not shout. It does not panic. It transmits clearly, like a tuning fork in a still room. The quantum field, which governs the unseen forces of reality, is sensitive to this signal. When your desire is uncluttered and held with precision, it moves energy. It reorganizes circumstances. It cuts through chaos like a blade of light. This is not about control. You cannot will every detail, but you can select a frequency. And when you do so with clarity, you become a beacon. The field begins collapsing variables that do not match your transmission. Coincidences begin aligning. People shift. Doors that were always there but never seen begin to appear. This is not magic. It is mechanics. And the engine is your will. Focus is rare in a world of noise, but it is focus that creates results. The clearer your intention, the faster the chaos dissolves around you. The moment you stop asking if it's possible and begin transmitting from the knowing that it already is, the field listens, and it bends, not to effort, but to coherence. You are not at the mercy of chance. You are the frequency that decides which reality emerges from the infinite. There is a kind of power that doesn't speak. It doesn't chant. It doesn't recite lists of what it wants or repeat mantras in front of a mirror. It moves in silence, and yet it shapes more of reality than all the noise combined. This power is your conviction, unspoken, unwritten, but deeply felt. It hums beneath your words, beneath your posture, beneath the way you move through a room. It is what the universe truly listens to, because the field does not respond to volume. It responds to certainty, and the deepest certainty rarely makes a sound. A woman named Aria once attended every manifestation workshop she could find. She filled notebooks with affirmations. She repeated phrases every morning. She made vision boards and lit candles. But underneath it all, something remained unchanged. She hoped, but did not believe. She spoke, but did not embody. And so her results came in fragments, moments of possibility that fell apart before they landed. Then one morning, she said nothing. She didn't reach for her journal. She didn't repeat a single word. She simply sat with her coffee and felt a strange calm settle into her chest. For the first time, she didn't try to make it happen. She simply knew it would. It wasn't thought. It wasn't hope. It was stillness with weight. That week, the call she had waited months for arrived. A new role, fully aligned, no competition, not because she said the right thing, but because she finally became it. You see, your words are often trying to convince the world of something you don't yet believe. But your convictions, they don't ask, they declare, and they do it without sound. You don't have to tell people you're worthy when you carry yourself as someone who already is. You don't have to announce your power when it radiates through your silence. The field of reality hears your tone, not your script. And tone is emotional. Tonal frequency is what you believe so fully that it transmits whether your mouth is open or not. This is why some people attract effortlessly. They don't chase, they don't perform, they don't over-explain. They simply walk in alignment with what they know to be true, and the universe adjusts accordingly. Opportunities lean toward them. Events fold themselves in their favor. not because they're lucky, but because their silent signal is unwavering. The louder you try to convince, the more you reveal your doubt. Real power whispers or says nothing at all, and in that silence the command is heard, not by ears, but by the invisible currents that shape circumstance. You do not have to prove anything. You only have to decide. And once that decision roots itself in your being, without needing validation or expression, it begins to speak for you. Your silence, when built on truth, is not absence. It is instruction. And the universe is always listening to the instructions beneath your voice. Belief is not invisible. It may not be seen with the eyes, but it is felt. It hums through your field, wrapping itself around your posture, your voice, your choices, and most importantly, your life. Beliefs are not passive thoughts tucked away in some quiet corner of your mind. They are active transmitters broadcasting into the field of reality with stunning precision. Every belief you hold sends out a frequency, and that frequency becomes a magnet. Not for what you hope to have, but for what you already accept as true. Belief is not about what you say, it's about what you expect without thinking. It's the part of you that decides how your day will unfold before you even leave the bed. A man named Elias once believed deeply that people could not be trusted. It wasn't something he said out loud often, but it lived in him. It showed up in his eyes when he met someone new. It showed up in how tightly he held his wallet when walking past strangers, and it showed up in his life like clockwork. Betrayals, broken promises, hidden motives. At first he thought it was coincidence, then he thought it was just his luck. But eventually, he began to wonder if his belief was not just reacting to life, but writing it. So he experimented. He didn't pretend to trust everyone. He simply began to believe that there were more good people than bad. That trust wasn't always a risk. That maybe the world wasn't against him. The results weren't instant, but they were undeniable. Conversations softened, friendships deepened, invitations came from unexpected places. Life didn't become perfect, it became different. The spectrum of belief is vast. On one end is limitation, on the other is liberation. And where you land determines the tone of your transmission. A belief that life is hard emits a dense frequency that pulls in struggle. A belief that success comes naturally sends a lighter signal that draws ease. You don't get what you want. You get what your field is shaped to receive. Belief is the mold, and reality is the molten material that pours itself into that shape. This is why trying harder rarely works. If the belief underneath hasn't changed, you can take all the right steps and still stay stuck if your belief is quietly sabotaging every move. You may affirm abundance, but if you believe money always disappears, it will. You may hope for love, but if you believe you're not worthy of being chosen, you will keep attracting absence. The field doesn't speak language. It reads structure, and belief is structure. Change your belief, and the frequency changes. Change the frequency, and the external rearranges. Not by force, but by resonance. Like tuning a radio, you don't hear the music until you find the right station. But once you do, the static disappears, and the signal becomes clear. Your life is the music your beliefs are playing, and the universe is simply the speaker. There are prayers you whisper with your lips, and there are prayers you repeat with your mind. Most never realize which ones the universe listens to most. It is not the neatly spoken phrases before sleep, nor the affirmations taped to the mirror that shape reality. It is the loops, the thoughts you rehearse without noticing, the silent monologues that repeat beneath your breath. These are the true prayers, not because they are intentional, but because they are consistent. In the language of vibration, repetition is devotion, and whatever you return to again and again becomes the sacred instruction you send to the field. A boy named Isaiah grew up believing that something bad would always follow something good. He didn't say it aloud, but he thought it constantly. After laughter came anxiety, After peace came suspicion. It was his mental rhythm, a quiet loop shaped by early disappointments. As he grew older, his life began to mirror this pattern. Every promotion came with a setback. Every moment of joy arrived on the edge of collapse. At first he thought life was just cruel, but after a chance encounter with a mentor who told him, "Your brain is praying when you don't even know it," Isaiah began to notice the loop. He wasn't cursed. He was just devoted to the wrong belief. He decided to rewrite the prayer, not with words, but with new loops. After each good moment, he would think, "More of this, and it's safe to have it." At first, it felt foreign, even forced. But slowly, reality adjusted. The highs stopped collapsing. The fear began to fade. And for the first time, joy stayed. You don't need a temple to pray. Your brain is the altar, and what you repeat becomes ritual. The universe is not answering isolated thoughts. It's responding to frequencies that have been reinforced by habit. Worry is a prayer. So is shame. So is expectation. So is gratitude. Whatever you rehearse, you broadcast. And whatever you broadcast, you attract. Most people try to change their lives without changing their inner liturgy. They speak new desires but carry old thought patterns. They beg for peace while practicing anxiety. They want love but rehearse rejection. The field doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to what you're most devoted to. And devotion is built through repetition. To shift reality, you must shift the prayer. Begin by noticing the loops. What thought do you wake up with? What feeling do you return to during silence? What pattern repeats itself even when you say you want something else? These are your neural prayers, and they are powerful. When you consciously choose a new thought and repeat it until it feels like home, you aren't just thinking, you are praying. Not to something out there, but to the quantum structure of reality itself. And reality, ever faithful, will answer, not with lightning or thunder, but with quiet alignment, subtle shifts, and the unmistakable echo of a new loop becoming real. Reality is not a reaction, it's a reflection. It is not punishing or rewarding, it is responding. Every moment of your life, whether joyful or painful, is a mirror held up to the frequency you've been sending. This is the feedback loop. It doesn't judge, it doesn't filter, it doesn't decide what's fair. It simply delivers the echo of your inner world into your outer experience. And the sooner you recognize this loop, the sooner you can use it, not as punishment, but as a compass. A woman named Mira always found herself in situations where she felt overlooked. In her job, in her friendships, even in line at the coffee shop, it seemed as though people failed to notice her. She thought it was the world. Then, one night in her apartment, after yet another canceled plan, she asked herself not what was wrong with everyone else, but what kind of signal she was emitting. Quietly, she admitted something hard. She often walked into rooms expecting to be ignored. She assumed people would forget her. It wasn't intentional, but it was consistent, and the field had no choice but to respond. The loop was simple. Expect invisibility, experience invisibility. That night, she decided to change the expectation, not loudly, not all at once, but gently. The next morning, she entered the cafe with a new inner sentence. My presence matters. She didn't need anyone to validate it. She just needed to feel it. The barista smiled at her. A stranger struck up a conversation. Nothing had changed, and yet everything had, because the signal changed, and the loop responded. The feedback loop of reality is always in motion. Every emotion you hold, every belief you embody, every story you tell about who you are and what life is, becomes part of your broadcast. And that broadcast doesn't go unheard. It travels into the field of possibility and returns as people, opportunities, and patterns that match the original tone. If you carry frustration, the loop returns resistance. If you carry peace, the loop returns harmony. This is not metaphor. It is mechanics. It is resonance. This is why you don't have to control the outside world. You only have to observe what it's showing you. Every interaction is information. Every delay or breakthrough is an indicator, not of fate, but of frequency. Life is your echo, and your echo is always honest. To shift your experience, start with awareness. Ask, what is this moment reflecting? Not to blame, but to learn. Not to guilt yourself, but to regain authorship. The loop is not set in stone, it can be adjusted. The moment you change the signal, the loop starts recalibrating, not always instantly, but inevitably. You are not a victim of the loop. You are its creator. And once you understand that your experience is not being sent to you, but being sent back to you, you step into true power. Because then, even the chaos has meaning. Even the silence is feedback. And reality becomes not something you survive, but something you guide. There is a signal within you that is always broadcasting. It is subtle but strong, invisible but undeniable. It tells the universe what to respond to, how to shape itself around you, and what kind of life to reflect back. But that signal can be clean or it can be distorted. And the distortion doesn't come from the world. It comes from within. It comes from doubt, from second-guessing, from the quiet, nagging questions that interrupt your knowing and blur your message before it ever reaches the field. This is your inner static, and like a radio caught between two stations, it prevents clarity from becoming reality. A man named Caleb wanted to start a new life. He had the idea, the vision, the longing. He even took the first few steps. But every time something went wrong, he hesitated. What if it doesn't work? What if I'm not meant for this? What if I fail like before? He didn't notice it at first, but those whispers began to grow louder than the vision itself. The result? Nothing stuck. Opportunities came, but they didn't land. People showed interest, then pulled away. His life felt fuzzy, filled with almosts and maybes, until one evening, while tuning an old radio in his garage, he found a perfect metaphor. The music was there, but unless the dial was exact, all he heard was noise. It struck him. That's what I'm doing to my own signal. I'm not wrong. I'm unclear. The universe responds to frequency, but not just any frequency. It responds to clear signals, intentions not shaken by contradiction, visions not watered down by fear. When you say you want something but feel unsure about it, the field receives a scrambled message. It doesn't know which version to deliver. Do you want the relationship, or are you afraid of being hurt again? Do you want the wealth, or do you still believe money is dangerous? Do you want to be seen, or are you afraid of being judged? The signal is confused, and so the result is a delayed or fractured reality. Doubt is not weakness. It is just noise, and it can be cleared. But to do so, you must stop trying to override it with louder affirmations. You must pause and listen. Hear the static. Ask it where it comes from. Often it is old, not even yours. Something someone once said, a fear you inherited, a wound pretending to be wisdom. Once seen clearly, it begins to dissolve. Clarity doesn't mean never feeling fear. It means choosing which voice you broadcast from. It means anchoring into the signal of knowing and letting that guide your decisions. When you do, the field begins to align swiftly. Life gets sharper, people respond differently, outcomes move with less resistance. Not because everything becomes perfect, but because the noise is gone. The universe is not ignoring you. It's just waiting for the signal to come through clearly. And once it does, creation becomes inevitable, because clarity always creates. There is a place inside you that already knows. It does not question. It does not panic. It does not beg for signs. It hums quietly, waiting for you to match its rhythm. Most people search for answers outside, books, teachers, voices louder than their own, but true guidance doesn't scream. It whispers beneath your static, and to hear it, you don't need more effort. You need alignment. Alignment is not something you chase. It is something you tune into. Like a violin meeting the perfect pitch, your emotional state must resonate with the frequency of where you want to go. The tuning ritual is not a performance. It is a return. A man named Julian used to begin every morning in a rush. He opened his eyes already anxious, thinking of tasks and emails and problems that hadn't yet happened. His feet hit the floor, but his energy dragged behind. He meditated sometimes, said affirmations, tried visualizations, but nothing stuck, because the core was missing. He wasn't tuning into a higher realm. He was trying to manipulate his mood. One day, everything shifted. He stopped trying to feel better and instead asked, "What am I tuning into right now?" The answer was clear: urgency, lack, control. That morning, before doing anything, he chose stillness. He breathed slowly. He imagined a version of himself who was already safe, already guided, already enough, not as fantasy, but as frequency. Something changed, not in the air, but in him, and life began to adjust to the new signal. Higher realms are not distant. They are right here, layered behind the noise. You do not have to reach up. You only have to match the feeling. The ritual begins in the body. Every emotion you hold is a tuning fork. Anxiety vibrates low and fast. Calm is smooth and wide. Joy is crystalline. When you wake up, you are already tuned into something. The question is, does it match where you want to go? You do not force emotion. You invite it. You create space for it to land. That is the ritual. A few breaths of presence, a quiet decision, a simple phrase that rings true. You do not need to feel perfect. You only need to feel different than yesterday, slightly more open, slightly more available. That slight shift is enough to retune the day. When you align emotionally with higher realms, clarity, peace, surrender, you create a bridge between the unseen and the seen. Messages come, solutions appear. You find yourself in the right place without knowing how. This is not luck, it is response. The tuning ritual is not a technique. It is a relationship with your own vibration. It is the art of becoming coherent with the field that is already guiding you. When your emotional state matches that field, everything begins to move. Not because you forced it, but because you finally became a match to the version of life that was always waiting for you to hear it. You cannot fake what you truly are. You may say the right words, visualize the right scenes, even take the right actions. But the universe does not respond to what you do. It responds to who you are being. Beneath every intention, every affirmation, every ritual, there is one central question humming quietly in the background. Who do you believe yourself to be? Because identity is the carrier wave. It is the underlying frequency that carries your desires into form. And until your identity matches your intention, manifestation will always feel like a game of tug-of-war between effort and resistance. A woman named Clara once dreamed of becoming a leader in her field. She studied, practiced, prepared. She told herself she was ready, but deep down, she still identified as someone in the background, someone who was always one step behind. And so, no matter how qualified she became, the opportunities kept skipping over her. She didn't understand why, until one quiet afternoon when she asked herself, not what do I want, but who am I being while I want it? The answer stung. I am being someone who waits to be chosen. That day, she stopped asking the world to see her differently and began choosing to see herself differently. She dressed differently. She walked into meetings differently, not with arrogance, but with alignment. And slowly, the field shifted. People listened longer. Clients began referring her name. The invitations came, not because she became something new, but because she finally embodied what was always within. Manifestation is not about tricking the universe. It's about transmitting a clean signal. And the cleanest signal you can emit is the vibration of already being, not acting as if, not pretending, but becoming. Identity is not changed by shouting new affirmations. It is changed by making new decisions and backing them with embodiment. when you walk like someone who already has what you desire, when you think like them, speak like them, rest like them, your entire field realigns, and reality cannot help but follow. Your outer life is not created by what you want. It is sculpted by what your energy says you already are. This is why someone who feels deeply unworthy can take all the right steps and still be blocked. Their frequency says, "This isn't mine," and the field responds accordingly. But when you become the frequency of wholeness, of clarity, of inevitability, you do not chase. You attract without effort because the signal is coherent. To change your life, you must change your identity. Not by erasing the old, but by choosing the new and practicing it until it feels like truth. Every moment is an opportunity to decide, am I being the version of me that matches the life I desire? If not, shift, not because you have to prove anything, but because that version is already real, already living within you, waiting to be claimed. When you become the frequency, manifestation is no longer something you do. It becomes something that happens because of who you are. The universe does not respond to mixed messages. It responds to clarity, not the clarity of words, but the clarity of vibration. Every thought you think, every feeling you carry, every story you repeat within yourself becomes part of your signal. And that signal must be precise if you want reality to echo it accurately. Sloppy emotions, unclear, conflicted, scattered, send out scrambled frequencies. And the result is exactly that. Scrambled reality, inconsistent outcomes, almosts, misfires, things that get close then slip away. Not because you are unworthy or unlucky, but because your transmission was never fully tuned. A woman named Sienna always dreamed of living by the sea. She could feel the salt air, see the blue horizon, but alongside that dream lived another feeling, fear. Fear that she would lose stability, that people would think she was being irresponsible, that it was too late to begin again. So her signal said two things at once. I long for this, and I'm scared of it. What came back was confusion. She'd find the perfect listing, then watch it disappear. She'd save enough, then an emergency would drain her account. It wasn't sabotage, it was incoherence. Until one day, exhausted, she stopped asking what was blocking her and asked what she was really transmitting. And when she looked honestly, she realized her desire wasn't the problem, her emotional signal was. That day, she sat with her fear, thanked it for trying to protect her, and then chose to embody only the feeling of calm certainty, not fantasy, not forcing, just clean focus. Within 2 months, the home appeared, and this time nothing stood in the way. You see, the law of vibrational precision is not mystical, it is mechanical. When your emotional field is sharp, aligned, and consistent, the quantum field organizes itself to match it. But when your emotions are clouded by contradiction, hesitation, or doubt, the signal becomes hard to read. Like a radio trying to play 2 stations at once, the universe struggles to lock onto what you actually want. So it sends fragments, almosts, noise. This is why doing more doesn't always create more. It's not about how hard you work, it's about how clean your energy is. When your emotion is precise, pure peace, grounded joy, embodied worthiness, the field mirrors it with stunning speed. Not because you tricked it, because you finally became legible to it. To use this law, you must first become honest, not about what you want, but about what you're broadcasting. Are you holding fear while trying to manifest abundance? Are you carrying resentment while longing for love? Your outcomes are not punishment, they are feedback. And once you refine the frequency, the reality must refine too. Clarity creates, sloppiness confuses. The more aligned your emotional state, the more precise your transmission becomes. And the more precise your transmission, the more reality responds with accuracy. You don't need to scream your desire into the void. You only need to whisper it through a clean, steady signal. Because the field always answers precision. There comes a point when asking becomes a form of doubt. a subtle declaration that you do not yet believe. Each time you ask, you remind the universe that you think you don't already have it. And so the signal sent is not one of desire, but of absence. This is the paradox. Manifestation does not respond to repeated requests. It responds to assumption, not blind optimism, not pretending, but the quiet, unwavering embodiment of something already being true. The most powerful frequency you can emit is not want, it's ownership. A man named Desmond spent years asking for love. He journaled, visualized, repeated his intentions under every full moon. He said the words with care, but his energy always carried a hint of waiting, a belief that love was out there just beyond his grasp. Nothing changed, until one evening, exhausted by his own rituals, he stopped asking and simply asked himself a new question. What would it feel like if it was already mine? That night, he made no requests. He just made tea like someone who had already been chosen. He walked through his home like someone who had a partner on the way back, not forcing, just assuming. A week later, someone appeared, not as magic, but as response. Not because he asked more clearly, but because he stopped needing to ask at all. The universe does not need constant reminders. It responds to your dominant vibration, and your vibration becomes dominant not through repetition of words, but through the consistency of identity. When you assume something is real, your posture changes, your tone shifts, your decisions align, and that alignment broadcasts more powerfully than any list of desires ever could. To ask from longing is to emit a frequency of lack. To assume from wholeness is to emit a frequency of creation. This is why so many people chase their desires but never catch them. They speak as seekers, not as receivers. They wait for permission instead of giving themselves authority, but assumption ends the waiting. It collapses the distance between you and the thing. It declares, "This is already mine," not through arrogance, but through alignment. Children do this naturally. They don't ask the sun to rise. They assume it will. They don't beg for joy. They fall into it with trust. That purity of expectation is the clearest transmission you can offer, not because it's naive, but because it's powerful. The field does not calculate effort. It calculates resonance, and nothing resonates more than truth already owned. If you knew it was coming, how would you feel? If you were certain, how would you move? That is the signal. And when you live inside that answer, without needing proof or reassurance, the need to ask fades away. You become the embodiment. And embodiment is the prayer the universe always answers. Not because you asked, but because you remembered it was already yours. There is a language more ancient than speech, more potent than sound. It is not spoken with the mouth, and it cannot be written down. It is the language of silence. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of presence. A full, rich quiet that hums with knowing. Most people try to manifest by adding more words, more actions, more effort. But true manifestation is not a volume game, it is a coherence game. And the most coherent signals are often sent in stillness, because silence doesn't dilute your frequency, it amplifies it. A man named Ezra once sought answers in every corner of the world. Books, teachers, seminars, rituals. He consumed them all. He knew the language of affirmation like second nature, but nothing seemed to move. He always felt just slightly out of alignment, like he was reaching for something the universe couldn't quite hear. One day, in the middle of a storm, the power went out. No light, no internet, no sound but rain. Ezra sat in the dark and, for the first time in years, didn't speak his desires. He simply listened, not to the storm, but to himself, to the field. He didn't ask, he didn't narrate. He just allowed the quiet to speak through him, and something shifted, not outside, but within. It was like tuning a radio to the exact frequency. Suddenly everything became clear. Within days, the ideas he had been chasing arrived fully formed, Calls he had waited on were returned. Stillness, not action, had opened the channel. You see, silence is not empty. It is sacred space. When you stop filling it with mental noise and verbal clutter, your true frequency emerges. Your most authentic signal is not crafted in effort. It is revealed in stillness. That is when the divine speaks, not in thunder, but in the pause between your thoughts. When you are no longer busy shaping your reality with force, the field finally hears what you've been trying to say underneath all you're doing. Stillness is where alignment sharpens. It's where your scattered energy finds direction. It's where the static of fear fades and the resonance of truth can rise. You don't need to announce your desires to the universe like a sales pitch. You need only to embody them so clearly that even in your silence, your field vibrates with certainty. The quantum responds not to sound, but to signal. And silence, pure, intentional, present silence, is often the clearest signal of all. When you sit in silence, you are not doing nothing. You are tuning. You are attuning. You are remembering. And in that remembering, you speak a language that cannot be misunderstood, one that the universe knows by heart. Because in the end, reality does not move because you shouted. It moves because you were still enough to speak in the only voice that never lies, the voice beneath words, the voice of presence, the language of silence. Reality does not operate in isolation. It is an echo chamber, and you are its original sound. Every thought, every emotion, every expectation you project into the field does not simply vanish. It bounces back, not in identical form, but amplified. This is the echo principle. You are not placing orders into a passive universe. You are striking chords in a responsive one. And every vibration you emit, whether conscious or unconscious, returns with more weight than it began. Life is not reacting to you. It is reflecting you, louder, clearer, and with more momentum than when it left your field. A woman named Elise carried a habit she didn't realize she had. She constantly braced for disappointment. She would smile, make plans, hope for the best. But in her chest lived a small, persistent expectation that something would go wrong. She never spoke it aloud, but she felt it like static beneath the surface, and it echoed. Time after time, things fell through. People forgot. Circumstances twisted. One day, while listening to music in her apartment, she clapped her hands near the wall and heard the echo bounce back. It was soft, but unmistakable. That's when it struck her. Life had been doing the same thing all along. It wasn't punishing her, it was repeating her. That realization became a turning point. She began tuning her inner world not with words, but with emotion, with trust, with steadiness, with the certainty that she could be met with joy instead of letdown. The changes began subtly, then they grew. Her world echoed differently because she began sounding differently. You must understand this principle is always active. There is no pause. The energy you send out, even casually, carries your signature. It tells the field what you expect to receive, and the field, in its perfect design, responds not to requests, but to resonance. A whisper of fear returns as an avalanche of resistance. A flicker of gratitude returns as a wave of unexpected blessings, not because the universe is judging your signal, but because the nature of vibration is expansion. This is why small inner shifts matter, because the echo is always louder than the original tone. If you want love, become the vibration of it now, not when someone earns it, not when conditions improve. If you want peace, practice it in the moment you're tempted to react. If you want freedom, stop transmitting the signal of limitation. Every emotion you emit is not just felt, it's mirrored back with interest. The echo does not lie, it does not negotiate, it does not skip anyone. It simply reflects what is most dominant in your field. That is why your life is your feedback, not a verdict, but a vibration report. And once you see it clearly, you can change the tone, not with force, but with frequency. And the moment your vibration shifts, the echo begins to change. Because the universe is not distant, it is your own voice returning home. Louder, clearer, unmistakably yours. Gratitude is not a reward for getting what you want. It's the tool that brings it closer. Most people treat gratitude as a reaction, something to offer once everything works out, once the outcome is visible and confirmed. But that's backwards. In the mechanics of reality, gratitude is not a result, it's an amplifier. It sharpens the signal of your desire. It clears the static from your emotional field. It tells the universe with precision and trust, I am already aligned with this. And the universe responds not to need, but to alignment. A man named Raphael had spent years trying to manifest stability, a better job, more supportive friendships, peace in his body. He tried visualizations, routines, even long lists of affirmations, but things only improved in small, inconsistent waves. Until one morning, sitting quietly before sunrise, he asked himself a different question. What if I stopped trying to fix everything and started appreciating something, anything, right now? He looked around the room and found one thing that felt genuine, the way the morning light hit the window. He sat with it, not as a trick, not as a tactic, as truth. That simple shift, that act of appreciation, softened something inside him. He repeated the practice the next morning, then the next. A week later, a colleague offered him a project that turned into a promotion. His relationships warmed, his health improved, not because he forced them, but because his signal became clearer. You see, the quantum field responds to coherence. And gratitude is a clarifier. It cuts through the fog of doubt, urgency, and resistance. It brings you into resonance with what is already good, already working, already present. And from that frequency you become magnetic to more. Gratitude is not just a feeling, it's an energetic stabilizer. It tells the universe, this is safe to expand. Appreciation creates a tuning effect. When you appreciate something small, you create a frequency match for larger expressions of the same energy. A warm cup of coffee, a soft pillow, a stranger's smile. When felt deeply, these moments of thanks refine your emotional broadcast. They send out a clean, joyful signal, and the field doesn't just echo it, it multiplies it. Most people wait to be grateful until their external world gives them a reason, but that delay keeps them stuck in a holding pattern. They postpone alignment, thinking clarity comes later. But in truth, clarity comes the moment you feel abundance before it proves itself. The moment you declare something beautiful, even in the middle of the unknown. You don't need everything to change to be grateful. You only need one moment, one breath, one detail you can love without condition. Gratitude sharpens your signal not because it tricks the universe, but because it transforms you. It turns down the volume of lack. It tunes your awareness to sufficiency. And from that awareness, reality must recalibrate. Not someday, but now. Gratitude is not a soft virtue. It is the frequency of receivership. It is the clearest yes you can offer to life. And life, always listening, responds in kind. Desire is not the problem. In fact, it is the beginning of creation. Every new reality starts with a longing, a vision, a feeling, a pull toward something not yet seen. But desire only works when it flows cleanly. When it is pure, light, and open, it becomes a magnetic force that draws life toward you with grace. But when that same desire is gripped too tightly, when it is soaked in fear and clinging, the signal becomes distorted. The universe doesn't reject it. It just can't recognize it. Because desperation is not desire, it's lack disguised as longing. There was a woman named Lila who dreamed of finding real love. Her desire was honest, deep, and beautiful, but as time passed, it turned from hopeful to heavy. She began checking her phone obsessively, analyzing every word, fearing every silence. Her longing had turned into clinging, and as it did, her experiences reflected that. People pulled away, opportunities fizzled. She couldn't understand why something so true in her heart wouldn't manifest. Until one day, in a moment of surrender, she sat by herself and whispered, I want love, but I don't need to chase it. And with those words, something broke open, not in the world, but in her. She still desired it, but the grip loosened. The air returned. A week later, she met someone by accident. At least that's how it seemed. But nothing about it was accidental. Her frequency had changed, and life could finally respond. You see, pure desire is expansive. It trusts the field. It assumes cooperation. But when you add desperation, the desire contracts. It turns into pressure, urgency, and fear, and that emotion becomes the actual transmission. Not the desire itself, but the tension around it. The quantum does not respond to your wish list. It responds to your signal, and your signal is determined not just by what you want, but by how you hold the wanting. This is why letting go is not the same as giving up. It's not indifference. It's clarity. Letting go means removing the noise, the panic, the self-doubt that chokes the signal. When you want something and can feel the truth of it without needing to grasp for it, you become a clear channel. And in that channel, things flow, not because you pushed them, but because you matched them. To hold desire without desperation is to become a master of frequency. It means allowing space around your longing. It means trusting in divine timing, not as a delay, but as an alignment process. It means knowing that the universe doesn't withhold, it arranges. Every time you feel a desire rising, pause. Ask yourself not only what you want, but how you are holding it. Are you breathing? Are you relaxed? Can you feel the joy of it even before it arrives? Because if you can, you've entered the most powerful state of all, longing without lack. That is when desire becomes magnetic. That is when life responds not out of pity, but out of precision. Not to your need, but to your resonance. Everything you see around you is not just happening, it's reflecting. Life is not a separate event unfolding in the distance. It is a mirror polishing itself in real time against the state of your consciousness. This field, this reality, does not respond randomly. It mirrors what you are, not just what you think. The external is always echoing the internal, not in symbolic poetry, but in precise alignment. This is the field of mirroring. It is not philosophical, it is mechanical. Consciousness does not just influence reality, it determines the shape it takes, down to the details. A man named Elias once lived with the belief that life was difficult. He wouldn't have said it out loud, but it showed in the way he tensed up before meetings, the way he expected delays, the way he always had a backup plan in case things went wrong. His mind was orderly, but his energy was defensive, and life responded accordingly. Payments were late, traffic found him. Misunderstandings happened even when he said all the right words. To him, it felt like a string of bad luck, but to the field, it was a match. Then one morning, after an unusually peaceful dream, Elias woke with a different emotion, ease. Just for a few minutes, he let himself feel it. Not analyze it, not justify it, just feel it. He walked slower that morning. He smiled for no reason. Nothing had changed yet, but he had. That day, people responded differently. A coworker brought him coffee. A meeting ended early. A forgotten invoice cleared. It wasn't magic. It was reflection. The field had finally found a new frequency to echo. What you carry in your consciousness becomes the raw data the universe sculpts into form and function. If you walk through life feeling invisible, the field mirrors it with people who overlook you. If you walk through life expecting favor, the field arranges events to meet that signal. It doesn't decide what to send. It reflects what's already being sent by you. This is why trying to control outcomes often fails. You may be moving the pieces, but the field is reading the energy behind the move. Form and function follow the shape of your being. If the shape is fragmented, filled with fear, self-doubt, or contradiction, then life can only mirror back that fragmentation. But when the shape becomes coherent, aligned, whole, reality begins to reflect that integrity. The most powerful shift you can make is not in what you do, but in what you embody. Ask yourself, what is my life currently showing me about what I believe, expect, or assume? Not as punishment, but as feedback. Because the field does not lie, it does not delay, it reflects. And the clearer the reflection, the more quickly you can course correct, not from force, but from awareness. You are not here to chase outcomes. You are here to adjust the mirror by adjusting the one who stands in front of it. Change your state, and reality will match. Not eventually, immediately. Because consciousness is the blueprint, and the world you see is its perfect reflection. Not all thoughts are created equal. Most drift through the mind like clouds, temporary, unfocused, without weight. But once in a while, a thought emerges that holds power. It is clear, it is charged, it is deliberate, and when held with unwavering focus, it cuts through the noise of uncertainty like a golden thread through dark fabric. This is the golden thought, not just any idea, but a chosen one infused with emotion, intention, and repetition. A thought that does not merely float, it transmits. And when you return to it again and again, it begins to pierce reality. A man named Alaric once lived under a heavy cloud of scarcity. Every month was survival. Every week a new problem. He had dreams. He could see flashes of a better life. But the momentum was always swallowed by stress. Until one night, lying awake and tired of spinning in circles, he chose a thought. Just one. I am the pattern breaker. It didn't come from desperation. It came from clarity. It felt clean, like a bell rung in silence. He didn't write it down 100 times. He didn't shout it into the mirror. He simply returned to it. When fear rose, he repeated it. When doubt whispered, he breathed it. Over time, that single thought began to reshape his posture, his voice, his decisions. And as his signal changed, so did his life. New opportunities arrived, not because he hunted them, but because he had anchored himself to a truth strong enough to bend his reality. The golden thought is not about magic words. It is about coherence. When your mind holds a single idea with clarity, when your body aligns with it emotionally, when your actions no longer contradict it, the field around you begins to adjust. Life doesn't shift because of effort. It shifts because of precision. Most people flood the field with scattered energy, one moment hoping, the next doubting, then switching to a new affirmation before the old one had time to take root. But a golden thought, when honored like a mantra, creates resonance. And resonance moves mountains. To find your golden thought, you must first get quiet. Let the mind settle. Let the noise dissolve. Ask yourself, what truth do I want to live from? Not just visit, but become. When that thought arises, don't rush it. Don't overthink it. Just feel its weight. If it brings stillness, if it sparks certainty, you found it. Now hold it. Carry it. Return to it as you would a sacred name. When life tries to shake you, you anchor in that thought. When the mirror of reality shows distortion, you return to the clarity of what you've chosen. You are not here to think endlessly. You are here to think powerfully. And one golden thought, when focused with consistency and felt with conviction, is enough to reprogram your field, enough to create a signal the universe cannot ignore, enough to pierce reality and rewrite it in your image. Every emotion you feel sends out a vibration, and every vibration echoes back into your life through circumstances, encounters, and timing. Most people experience these echoes without noticing their source. They assume events are random or the result of external causes, but the truth is much closer to home. What you feel consistently, deeply, and energetically does not fade, it reflects. And if you want to understand why life responds the way it does, you must begin tracing the echoes. Emotional echo mapping is the practice of doing just that, not to judge yourself, but to observe the pattern. Because once you see the rhythm between emotion and outcome, you gain the power to reshape it. A woman named Marin had always believed she was emotionally self-aware. She prided herself on staying calm, staying focused, staying in control. But her life still spun in loops. periods of progress followed by unexpected disruption. She couldn't explain why certain things always fell apart just when they were going well. Until one morning, after a particularly intense argument that left her rattled, she sat down and wrote out what she had felt the day before. Agitation, impatience, a subtle sense of being unseen. She wrote what happened next. Her client canceled, her train was delayed, her phone glitched, and for the first time she saw the thread. Her outer world was reflecting the friction within, not as punishment but as precision. The process was simple. She started journaling her emotional state each morning, even if it felt insignificant. Not just the surface, tired or happy, but the deeper undercurrents. She noted her emotional peaks and dips throughout the day, and then, the next morning, recorded what showed up in her external world. Conversations, accidents, synchronicities, missed calls, unexpected gifts. Over time, a map emerged. She saw how resentment echoed as miscommunication, how gratitude echoed as opportunity, how fear echoed as delay, and once she saw it, she could shift it. Emotional echo mapping is not about control, it's about awareness. It turns your life into a dialogue instead of a guessing game. You begin to see the link between your internal state and the shape your reality takes. You begin to witness your own power, not in theory, but in measurable experience. The act of writing is essential. It grounds emotion into form. It captures the vibration before the echo arrives, and when you compare the inner with the outer, you begin to see clearly how aligned or misaligned you are. This clarity is the foundation of transformation. You are no longer hoping to feel better. You are studying the patterns, adjusting the dial, and watching the field respond. If you want to master your signal, you must understand your echo. And to understand your echo, you must record the sound you are actually sending. Emotion is not invisible. It leaves trails. And if you follow them, they will always lead back to the source, your vibration. Your journal becomes the mirror, and through it, you learn to speak to reality, not with force, but with frequency. Most people use journals to confess their pain, to untangle confusion, to process what went wrong. They write from the version of themselves that feels stuck, uncertain, or lacking. And while this can offer emotional relief, it rarely creates energetic alignment. The field doesn't respond to your story, it responds to your signal. And the most potent signal you can send through the written word comes not from where you are, but from who you decide to become. The vibrational journal is not for recording what happened. It's for broadcasting what already is, through the voice of the future self who has it, lives it, and no longer questions it. A man named Theo struggled for years to feel like he belonged, in his work, in his relationships, in his skin. Every journal entry began with frustration, why things weren't working, what he feared, what he lacked. The pages filled with honest vulnerability, but his life stayed the same. Then, after listening to a conversation about identity embodiment, he tried something radical. He wrote one page, not as himself, but as the version of him who had already stepped into everything he wanted. The voice was different, the posture was different, the tone carried ease. Instead of, "I hope things improve," he wrote, "I love the way things feel now." Instead of listing problems, he described outcomes. And something shifted, not in the outer world, not yet, but in his frequency. Writing as if it were already done brought him into resonance with that version, and reality followed. The vibrational journal is not about lying to yourself. It's about stepping into a state that already exists in the quantum field. Every possible version of you is real, waiting to be selected, embodied, and stabilized. Writing is one of the fastest ways to stabilize a frequency. When you write, you are not just reflecting thought, you are channeling vibration, you are imprinting intention onto form. To begin, don't ask, "What do I want to happen?" Ask, "What has already happened in the version where it worked?" Then write from that place, not in future tense, not "I will have," but "I have," not "I want," but "I love." Let your sentences drip with completion. Let your language match the vibration of already. The mind will resist at first. It will say, "This isn't true." But the field does not care about your logic. It cares about your signal. And if you can hold the signal long enough, the external world reshapes to match the internal posture. Writing this way is not performance. It is transmission. It is a daily declaration to the universe and to yourself. This is who I am now. And every time you return to the page, you strengthen the bridge between that identity and this moment. You tune the dial, you sharpen the frequency, and the more consistently you write from already, the faster your life becomes the mirror of it. Because words, when aligned with truth, become the scripts that reality has no choice but to follow. Tuning into a higher frequency is only the beginning. The real transformation happens when you stay there. Anyone can have a moment of clarity, a flash of inspiration, a glimpse of possibility. But unless that frequency is stabilized, it fades. The energy collapses, the signal weakens, and life goes back to reflecting the old vibration. That's why the shift doesn't last for most people. They visit a new state but never move in. Frequency lock-in is the process of making that new vibration your baseline. It is how temporary alignment becomes permanent resonance, not through force, but through consistency. A woman named Delia had a powerful realization during a retreat. She finally felt what it was like to be fully connected to her worth, her vision, her clarity. For 3 days, everything flowed. People were drawn to her. She spoke with confidence. She felt magnetic. But when she returned home, the old world pulled her back. Emails, bills, stress, little by little, the frequency unraveled. She felt it slipping, but didn't know how to hold on to what she had felt. Until she remembered something the guide had said. Stability is not an accident. It's a ritual. That night, Delia created a small set of practices, not to chase the feeling, but to anchor it. 5 minutes of morning embodiment, 1 line in her journal as the version who already had it, a short walk with music that matched the energy she wanted to live in. Within a week, the feeling returned. Within a month, it stayed. Stabilizing your frequency is not about grand rituals. It's about repetition, daily, quiet repetition that tells the field, "This is who I am now." Every practice becomes a touchstone, a way to remember the signal even when life gets loud. When you wake up, you're tuning into something, by default or by design. The moment you choose to tune deliberately, you shift from reactive to creative. You stop responding to the world and start instructing it. The key is emotional consistency. Your actions help, but it's the emotional charge behind them that sets the tone. Choose 1 or 2 simple habits that make you feel like the version of yourself you're becoming. Maybe it's how you dress, how you speak, how you move through a room. Maybe it's a mantra that calms your nervous system. Maybe it's breath work that resets your field. Whatever you choose, it must carry the emotional signature of your desired reality. That signature becomes the signal, and the signal becomes your script. Frequency lock-in is not about being perfect. It's about returning quickly. You will wobble. You will forget. But the more often you return, the stronger the frequency becomes. And over time, it becomes your default. Not a high to chase, but a home to live from. Reality bends to sustained energy. Not moments of clarity, but days, weeks, months of coherence. And once your frequency is locked in, life begins to arrange itself around the version of you who never left the signal. Because in the end, the field always follows your lead. And frequency, when stabilized, becomes fate. Breath is the forgotten bridge. It lives between thought and form, between intention and embodiment. Most people move through their days without ever realizing they are breathing the signal that shapes their reality. Each inhale is an instruction. Each exhale is a release. And when used consciously, breath becomes the fastest way to align your body with your frequency. This is the initiation of the vortex. The moment your inner state syncs with your outer intention, not through force, but through rhythm. Breath is not just biology, it is technology. And when you use it with precision, it harmonizes your entire field. A man named Kieran once struggled with overthinking. Every decision turned into a spiral. He read the books, made the plans, visualized the life he wanted, but his body never caught up. His mind raced ahead while his breath stayed shallow, tight, reactive. And so, no matter how clearly he saw the outcome, it never came. His frequency was fragmented. Until one afternoon, during a walk, he paused at the edge of a quiet lake and simply breathed. Not to relax, not to fix, just to feel. Inhale, exhale, slowly, deliberately. Something in his chest softened, his thoughts quieted, but more importantly, his body caught up. That moment marked a shift. He began each morning with 5 minutes of breath, not to escape, but to sink. Within weeks, his decisions became easier, his manifestation stopped stalling, his frequency stopped fighting itself. You see, breath is the unspoken conductor of your signal. You can think peace, but if your breath is sharp and chaotic, your body broadcasts a different story. You can declare worthiness, but if your chest is collapsed and your lungs are locked, the field hears contraction, not confidence. Intention must pass through embodiment, and breath is the translator. To initiate your vortex, begin by slowing down, not just physically but energetically. Inhale through the nose and imagine the breath carrying your desire into every cell. Hold it, not in tension, but in trust. Then exhale slowly, releasing the noise, the resistance, the doubt. Repeat. Let each cycle become a cleansing of contradiction and a call to coherence. This is not meditation, it is ignition. You are not detaching, you are aligning. The more you breathe into the version of yourself you're becoming, the faster your body begins to believe it. And when the body believes, the signal sharpens. You walk differently. You speak from center. You choose with clarity. Not because you're pushing, but because your whole system is now tuned. The vortex begins, not as a swirl of chaos, but as a spiral of intention. Breath is the turning point. Reality doesn't just respond to thoughts. It responds to tone. And the tone is set by the breath that carries the thought into your field. If your energy feels scattered, don't chase a solution. Return to your lungs. Initiate the vortex. Let the breath become your guide, your amplifier, your alignment. Because when your breath and your intention move as one, the field can't help but move with you. There is a difference between movement and momentum, between activity and alignment. Most people are drowning in noise, mental, emotional, digital, and they wonder why their manifestations arrive distorted, delayed, or not at all. The signal they're sending is clouded, not by intention, but by interference. Clarity is not achieved through more, it is revealed through less. This is the essence of clarity fasting, a conscious period of silence and abstention, designed not to punish, but to purify. Not to escape the world, but to amplify the signal you want it to hear. A man named Renan had reached a point of exhaustion. He had tried every method, followed every teacher, filled every journal. His intentions were clear, but his field was overwhelmed. Notifications, opinions, background worry. He couldn't tell what was real anymore, what he truly wanted or what he had absorbed from the world around him. One evening, feeling heavy with overexposure, he did something different. He unplugged. No phone, no news, no talking, just stillness, just presence. For one full day, he fasted from noise, not to withdraw, but to listen. And in that silence, something precious returned, his own voice. The next morning, he wrote one sentence in his journal, and for the first time in months, it felt true. Within weeks, the stagnation in his life began to dissolve, not because he worked harder, but because the field could finally hear him. When you abstain from stimulation, you are not avoiding life. You are refining your frequency. Every distraction, every scroll, every conversation you didn't need to have creates microsignals. They blur your focus, fracture your energy, and confuse the broadcast you send into the quantum field. Clarity fasting is the sacred act of stepping back, not forever, but long enough to recalibrate, long enough to hear the difference between your voice and the static you've absorbed. You don't have to disappear. Even a few hours of silence, a morning without screens, an evening without external input can cleanse more than a week of affirmations. Because in the quiet, your real vibration rises. The fear that hides behind your busyness comes into view. The desire that truly matters surfaces from the noise. You begin to feel what is essential, and when you return to life, you bring a sharper signal with you. Clarity fasting is not about deprivation. It is about devotion to your own alignment, to your own knowing, to the truth beneath the noise. And when you make space for that truth to emerge, your next step becomes obvious. The choices that once felt foggy come into focus. The field responds faster, not because your desires changed, but because your frequency did. If your life feels scattered, you don't need more tools. You need less interference. You need space. Space to breathe, space to hear, space to remember what it is you're really here to create. Clarity is not found, it is uncovered, and once the static fades, what's left is unmistakable, a signal clean enough for the universe to obey. Your body is not separate from your frequency. It is the amplifier of it. Every movement you make, every gesture, every posture speaks a language the universe hears clearly. You can hold the right thoughts and recite the right affirmations, but if your body contradicts your energy, the signal becomes scrambled. Movement is not just physical, it's vibrational. And when you move with intention, when you allow your body to express the same frequency you hold in your mind and heart, you create harmony. This is harmonic movement, not exercise, not performance. Alignment in motion. A woman named Noah always felt like she was stuck in her head. She could visualize success, even feel moments of clarity, but they rarely translated into action. Her days felt disjointed. She'd feel aligned in the morning and scattered by noon, until one afternoon during a walk, she stopped thinking and just started noticing the way her feet touched the ground, the rhythm of her steps, the way her arms swung when she let go. It felt strange at first, but peaceful. She imagined walking not as someone trying to get somewhere, but as someone who had already arrived. Her pace shifted, her breathing softened, something clicked. That small act, walking as her future self, became a daily ritual, and slowly her energy stopped drifting. Her actions lined up with her intentions. Her life stopped hesitating. The body doesn't lie. It carries your beliefs more honestly than your words ever will. If you say you feel confident but walk with your shoulders collapsed, the universe picks up the contradiction. If you say you feel abundant but move with hesitation, the field receives the mixed signal. But when your body moves in harmony with your desired state, when it acts as if the reality you want is already yours, it sharpens your frequency. And a sharp frequency reshapes the external world. Harmonic movement is not a routine, it's a practice of tuning. When you sit, do it with presence. When you reach for something, let your movement echo clarity. When you speak, let your hands match your certainty. Even how you breathe, how you rise from bed, how you walk into a room, all of it carries vibration. Most move on autopilot, and so their energy stays neutral or scattered. But when you bring awareness into motion, you begin to broadcast on purpose. Start small, pick one daily action and infuse it with the energy of who you're becoming. Stand like someone who expects good news. Eat like someone who honors their vessel. Walk like someone who knows they belong. Let your body become the proof of the identity you're choosing. Because the more your body practices the feeling, the more natural it becomes. And once it becomes natural, it becomes broadcast. You don't need to wait for the right conditions to move like the version of you who has it all. Move now, align now, let your body sing the frequency your words are trying to say, because when thought and motion speak the same language, the universe responds in harmony. Your mind is a transmitter. Every thought you entertain is a signal, and every signal is a request. But most people don't curate their thoughts. They consume them. They let old beliefs, borrowed fears, background commentary, and unconscious narratives run on loop, all while wondering why life keeps reflecting noise instead of clarity. The truth is simple and non-negotiable. A noisy mind sends a scrambled message, and a scrambled message cannot be answered with precision. Thought curation is not about controlling the mind. It's about filtering what deserves to stay. It's the sacred act of choosing which thoughts represent your true signal and discarding the rest before they distort the transmission. A man named Dorian had dreams that kept slipping through his fingers. He had the vision, the drive, even the tools, but somehow results remained inconsistent. Some days were clear and aligned, others clouded with doubt and hesitation. At first, he blamed his circumstances. Then he blamed timing, but after weeks of journaling he saw a pattern. The days when things went well were the days when his mind was quiet, focused, intentional. The rest of the time his thoughts were scattered, rehearsing failure, replaying past wounds, worrying about things that hadn't happened. He realized he was letting every thought speak for him, and whether it matched his desire or not. That day he created a new rule. Not every thought gets airtime. Each morning, before setting his intentions, he paused to curate. He asked himself, does this thought serve the frequency I want to live in? If the answer was no, he let it go. Not with force, with choice. You don't have to believe everything you think. In fact, you shouldn't. Not every thought is yours. Some are echoes from childhood, some are absorbed from the people around you, some are simply noise. Mental static with no purpose but to fill the space. When you allow these thoughts to run unchecked, they become part of your energetic signal, and the field responds to that signal without bias, not because it's punishing you, but because it mirrors whatever is most dominant. Curation begins with awareness. Start noticing what you think when nothing's demanding your attention. Observe the tone of your inner dialogue. Is it aligned with your desired reality, or is it in conflict? You don't have to silence the mind completely. You only need to become selective. Thoughts are like music. Some raise your frequency, some drain it, and you are the DJ. Replace noise with clarity. Trade mental clutter for focused repetition of truths that match your vision. Let your thoughts be intentional, even if they are few. The quieter your mind becomes, the cleaner your transmission grows, and in that clarity, the field knows how to respond. You are not the victim of your mind. You are its curator, and when you begin discarding what does not serve, you create space for what does. Thought curation is not suppression, it's alignment, and alignment always produces results. Not eventually, instantly. Because the universe cannot ignore a clear, undistorted signal. The hours you spend asleep are not wasted. They are not voids of awareness or passive pauses in the rhythm of your day. They are doorways, unfiltered, unguarded passages into the deeper layers of your consciousness. While the world believes sleep is for rest, the field understands it differently. Sleep is when your signal is most potent, when the walls of logic dissolve, when resistance fades, when the vibration you fall asleep in becomes the tone the universe hears most clearly. Dream tuning is the art of aligning your energy before sleep so that your subconscious transmits your highest frequency while you rest. A woman named Faye struggled for years to shift her external reality. She worked hard on herself during the day, meditated, journaled, visualized, but each night she collapsed into sleep with thoughts of worry, regret, and unresolved tension. Her days were intentional, but her nights leaked doubt. Then one evening something clicked. What if the energy I take into sleep is more important than what I practice while awake? That night, before bed, she turned off every device, lit a candle, and spent 5 minutes feeling gratitude, not for what was coming, but for what already was. She visualized not her future, but her now, safe, whole, aligned. She breathed into that stillness until her body softened, and she fell asleep as someone who already had it. The next morning felt different, not louder, clearer. Within weeks, things began shifting, not because she added more effort to her days, but because she reprogrammed her nights. The subconscious mind is the transmitter behind the curtain. It is what whispers your true beliefs when you stop speaking, and sleep is when that transmitter becomes loudest. The final thoughts before you drift off are not just thoughts, they are seeds. And dreams are not random, they are echoes, each one a reflection of your dominant frequency, reorganizing your energy in preparation for what's next. To tune your dreams is not to control them. It is to prepare your signal before surrendering to sleep. Keep it simple. Choose one thought that matches the reality you wish to embody. Not a desire, but a declaration. Something you would feel if it were already true. Hold that emotion like a sacred object. Let it fill your chest. Let your breath sink to it. Let your muscles release into it. Then fall asleep without rushing. Let that signal carry you. Most people fall asleep broadcasting lack, fear, or mental loops, and the universe listens, not to punish, but to respond. But when you learn to tune yourself into peace, into completion, into certainty, the field begins to rearrange. Not because you forced it, because you finally allowed it. Your bed is an altar, your sleep is a ceremony, and your dreams are signals wrapped in symbols. If you use this phase wisely, you won't just wake up rested. You'll wake up aligned, not from effort, but from precision, because the field listens even when you sleep, especially then. So send it something worth responding to. You notice the numbers by accident at first. A glance at the clock, a receipt total, a license plate. 1111. It feels like a coincidence, maybe even superstition, but something about it lingers. It shows up again and again until you stop calling it random and start calling it something else. Synchronicity, a cosmic nudge, an invitation. These repeating signals are not signs from outside of you. They are echoes from the field, aligned to your own internal rhythm. The 1111 window is not a time on the clock. It is a moment of alignment where your awareness sharpens and your signal amplifies. It is the universe confirming that the line is open and waiting for you to transmit with intention. A man named Julian kept seeing 1111 for months, at red lights, on his phone, even in dreams. He ignored it at first, then grew annoyed. What's the point if nothing changes? But one afternoon, frustrated with the decision he couldn't make, he looked at the clock again, 1111, and instead of brushing it off, he paused. He took a breath. He asked himself what he wanted to feel if the outcome was already resolved. The answer came quickly: relief. So he imagined relief. He felt it in his body, even if it didn't make sense. Then he let it go. That night, the phone call he had been waiting for arrived. A delay cleared. The decision became obvious, not because 1111 made magic, but because he used it. Not as a wish, but as a signal boost. You see, synchronicities are not just fun patterns. They are energetic mirrors. They appear when your internal state and external reality are vibrating at a similar frequency. And when you see one, especially a repeating one, it marks a window where your signal is more potent. The veil is thinner, the message is louder, but the moment is brief. It requires presence, not panic, not desperation, just awareness. When you encounter 1111 or any meaningful synchronicity, you are not meant to ask for something. You are meant to embody something. Ask yourself, what am I thinking right now? How does this moment feel? What if this is a confirmation that I'm already in alignment? Then breathe into that feeling. Choose a thought, a frequency, an identity you want the field to hear, and feel it now, not tomorrow, not after proof, right now in the silence between the digits. These windows are not granted, they are matched. They appear when you're already closer than you think, and when you use them consciously, they act like a megaphone, amplifying your frequency across the field. The key is not to wait for them. The key is to live so intentionally that you don't need them. But when they appear, you know exactly what to do. Synchronicity is not fate, it's feedback. And when you meet it with presence, clarity, and alignment, it becomes more than a pattern. It becomes a portal, one that reminds you that your signal is being heard, and that the field is always listening, even in numbers, even in silence, especially when the clock strikes alignment. Reality doesn't happen on its own. It unfolds beneath your gaze, shaped by the quality of your attention. The world is not responding to what you do nearly as much as it is responding to where you look, how you feel when you look, and what you expect to see. This is the observer command, a principle as old as consciousness and as precise as quantum mechanics. What you observe changes, not because you interfere with it, but because your awareness becomes part of the equation. You are not just watching life, you are instructing it with your focus. A woman named Alara once felt like everything slipped through her fingers. No matter how hard she worked, outcomes seemed to arrive warped or incomplete. Her relationships repeated the same patterns. Her career hovered just below breakthrough. She did all the right things, but nothing stuck. Then one day she read about a physics experiment where particles behaved differently depending on whether they were being watched. It wasn't about the tools, it was about the observer. That idea landed hard. What if the outcomes in her life were not just random responses, but precise reflections of where she placed her attention? She started experimenting. She stopped hovering over what wasn't working. She stopped staring at the gaps. Instead, she placed her attention on what felt alive, what was flowing, what wanted to grow. Slowly, her life began to mirror her shift. Not dramatically at first, but clearly. What she watered with her awareness began to bloom. Your attention is not neutral. It's an activation. It tells the field what matters to you, what should be emphasized, what deserves form. If you constantly observe what's missing, you feed the void. If you observe what's unfolding, even in small ways, you accelerate its expansion. The field doesn't distinguish between what you want and what you fear. It just mirrors what you emphasize. Every time you obsess over what's going wrong, you strengthen that signal. But when you shift your gaze, gently, intentionally, you give a new pattern permission to form. This doesn't mean ignoring reality. It means choosing where you direct your creative power. You can't control every detail, but you can choose your focal point, and that choice determines what stabilizes in your experience. When you enter a room, what do you notice first? When you speak with someone, what are you listening for? When you reflect on your day, what story do you tell? These small acts of attention sculpt your field. They set the tone for what comes next. Reality is flexible until you observe it. Then it becomes defined, not forever, but for long enough to become your experience. The observer command is not about control. It's about precision. When you realize that your attention is the cursor of creation, you stop wasting it on what you don't want. You become deliberate, not just in action, but in awareness. And that awareness becomes instruction, not loud, not forced, just clear. And clarity, when observed long enough, becomes fact. Because what you consistently watch, you eventually witness, not by chance, but by design. Possibility is infinite until you choose. The field of reality holds every version, every outcome, every branch of what could be. But it does not move until you collapse the wave with certainty. This is not just an idea from mysticism. It is a law that exists at the quantum level. As long as you remain in indecision, in hesitation, in hoping and waiting, the field stays open, undefined, unformed. But the moment you shift into certainty, the moment your being says, "it is," without reaching for reassurance, the wave collapses. Possibility becomes form, the path appears, the next step finds you, not because you chased it, but because you stopped wavering. A man named Lucian had spent years circling the same dream. He wanted to start his own design studio, but every time he came close, he hesitated. He thought he needed more data, more clarity, more signs, but every new possibility only added more questions. The doors never opened because he never fully walked toward one. One day, exhausted by the weight of indecision, he closed his laptop, stood up, and said out loud, "I'm doing it. I don't need another reason." The moment he spoke those words, something inside him clicked into place. It wasn't confidence. It was certainty. From that day on, the world responded. People reached out. Spaces became available. Clients arrived without marketing. It wasn't magic. It was momentum, born from decision. The wave had collapsed, and form had arrived. The universe does not respond to maybe. It responds to conviction. It doesn't need you to explain yourself. It needs you to embody your choice. Certainty is not loud. It is quiet and unwavering. It doesn't argue. It doesn't negotiate. It simply is. And in that state, reality has no choice but to organize itself around you. Most people delay manifestation by holding multiple options in their field. They hope to keep doors open, to avoid being wrong. But as long as you keep possibilities alive, none of them take root. Energy disperses. The field reflects indecision with delay and ambiguity. But when you collapse into certainty, you cut through the noise. The signal becomes sharp. Life begins to echo your clarity. This is not about forcing outcomes. It's about selecting them, claiming one version of reality and allowing everything else to dissolve. The mind will resist. It will want backup plans and guarantees. But the field doesn't wait for proof. It waits for alignment. And alignment happens the moment you stop asking, "Is this the right path?" and start saying, "This is my path." Collapse is not loss. It is creation. It is how form is born from energy. The more clearly you embody your decision, the faster life moves to meet you. Not someday, immediately, because the field is already listening. It's just waiting for your signal to stop flickering and land. And when it does, reality crystallizes around you, not because you pushed, but because you finally chose. You are not separate from the reality you desire. It is not over there waiting for you to catch up. It already exists as a potential, and the moment you identify with it, not as a hope, but as a truth, you become entangled with it. In quantum physics, entanglement refers to particles so deeply connected that what happens to one instantly affects the other, no matter the distance. Identity works the same way. When you align yourself with a version of you that already lives in your desired outcome, you form a vibrational link with that timeline. It begins to respond to you, rearranging people, conversations, chances, and choices, not because you're forcing it, but because your frequency now matches what you've chosen to become. A woman named Isla always dreamed of living by the sea. She had the vision saved in folders, the colors picked out, the feelings memorized. But year after year, it stayed a distant dream, something for later, something for someday. Until one morning, while brushing her teeth, a new thought arrived. What if the only thing keeping that life away is that I still think it belongs to someone else? That day, she changed everything, not her circumstances, but her identity. She began walking like someone who lived by the sea. She shopped as if she were stocking a beach house. She let the version of her who had already arrived lead the way. Within months, an opportunity appeared. A part-time job opened in a small coastal town. She applied, not with hesitation, but with alignment, and when she arrived to see it, the streets felt familiar, as if the future had been waiting for her all along. You don't chase the life you want. You choose the self who lives it, and once you do, you begin collapsing distance. Time becomes irrelevant. The field doesn't move slower because it's far. It moves instantly when entangled. That's why changes sometimes appear as coincidence, as luck, as fate. But beneath it is a decision, a vibrational handshake between who you are and who you've decided to be. The mistake most make is trying to manifest while staying rooted in the identity that doesn't match the result. They want abundance, but still identify as someone hoping to escape struggle. They want love, but still walk as someone unworthy of it. The signal they send is contradiction. But when you shift identity gently, consistently, and emotionally, the entire structure of your field changes. You're not pretending, you're aligning. The version of you who has everything you desire is not a fantasy, it's a frequency. And that frequency becomes reachable the moment you stop observing it and start inhabiting it. Speak as them, move as them, make decisions with their knowing, because every choice is a thread, and enough threads make a cord, and that cord becomes a bond, an entanglement. Once you are linked to that version of reality through identity, separation becomes impossible. You are no longer on your way. You are already woven into it, and the field begins pulling it toward you, not eventually, but inevitably. Every decision you make sends a ripple into the field, not just metaphorically, but energetically. Each choice, small or large, acts like a particle being released into space, emitting a directional wave that begins shaping the reality ahead of you. You may think your decisions are isolated, contained within moments, but they are not. They are signals, and each signal has a frequency. That frequency aligns with a version of reality that already exists, waiting for you to match it. This is the particle of choice. It is not just about action. It is about alignment. A single choice made in coherence with your future self has the power to shift timelines. A man named Theo once stood at a crossroad in his life. The options weren't dramatic: stay at his current job or accept a lateral role at a smaller company. On paper, it didn't seem life-changing, but something in him knew. The smaller company carried a different energy, one that matched the kind of life he envisioned. The role wasn't better, the pay wasn't higher, but the feeling was different. It felt aligned. He made the leap even though logic argued against it. Within 6 months, that company was acquired by a major firm. Theo was offered a leadership role that never would have existed in his old job. It wasn't luck, it was direction. That one decision had sent out a frequency that aligned him with a version of reality he had only glimpsed before. The choice was the particle. The wave followed. The universe is not waiting to see if you are perfect. It is waiting to see if you are aligned, and alignment shows up in the decisions you make when no one's watching. What you say yes to when fear whispers, what you say no to when comfort calls. Each of these choices carries an energetic payload. They send a signal that says, "This is who I am," and reality begins to reflect it. Most people think they need massive decisions to make massive change. But the field is not measuring size, it's measuring resonance. A subtle choice made in high frequency can move more than a bold one made in confusion. What matters is not the drama of the decision, but the clarity of the vibration behind it. When you choose from your highest self, your future rearranges. Every time you choose, you are collapsing one potential and activating another. You are not just navigating paths, you are forging them. The field doesn't need you to predict the outcome. It only needs you to transmit a clear signal. The choice is the transmitter. The emotion is the charge. The frequency is the instruction. So pause before your next decision. Ask, which version of me is making this choice? The one afraid of falling behind, or the one already aligned with what's next? Because each choice is not just a step. It's a particle carrying you into a wave. And the wave will take you somewhere. Let it be somewhere you meant to go. Most people think resistance is strength. They brace, they push, they grip tightly to the outcome. believing that force creates power. But in the language of energy, resistance is distortion. It is a trembling signal filled with doubt, fear, and contraction. The universe doesn't punish resistance. It simply reflects it. When your energy is tense, when your thoughts are full of, I must, I can't, I should, the signal becomes muddy, and muddy signals cannot produce clear results. Non-resistance is not weakness, it is clarity. It is the state in which your desire can flow cleanly through the field, unblocked, unhindered, unmistakable in its intention. A man named Darren spent years trying to manifest success. He followed every rule. He visualized, affirmed, worked hard, and stayed disciplined. But beneath it all, he carried tension, tightness in his jaw, urgency in his voice, pressure in his chest. His desire wasn't wrong, but the way he held it blocked its arrival. It was clenched, not open. One day, while sitting in traffic, frustrated by yet another delay, he let out a long breath and said to himself, "What if I just stop pushing?" Not as surrender to failure, but as surrender to flow. That moment changed everything. He didn't give up. He gave space. Within days, his mind softened. His decisions felt lighter. Unexpected support arrived, not because he tried harder, but because he finally stopped resisting what was. Resistance clouds the signal by adding emotional static. It often looks like control, repeating the same thought, micromanaging details, obsessing over timing. But the field doesn't need control. It needs coherence. When you resist, you are telling the universe, I don't trust this yet. And the field responds to that lack of trust, not to the words layered on top. Non-resistance does not mean apathy. It means precision. It means moving with intention, but without emotional friction. It means choosing and allowing at the same time, choosing your vision, allowing the path, choosing your outcome, allowing the process. This creates a clean channel, a steady frequency, one the field can read and respond to. You've felt it before, those rare moments when you stopped overthinking and everything just worked. The parking space opened, the phone rang at the perfect time, the solution arrived without effort. Those were moments of non-resistance, when your energy became spacious, fluid, and clear. You weren't trying to force a result. You were simply aligned, and alignment always produces movement. If you feel blocked, the first question to ask is not what more you can do, it's what you can release. What tension are you holding in your body? What belief are you gripping in your mind? What outcome are you trying to force into shape? Let it go, not to lose it, but to let it come through. Because non-resistance is not passive, it is powerful. It is the stillness beneath the wave, the openness behind the intention, the clarity that allows the signal to be received exactly as you sent it. It feels like nothing is happening. You put out the thought. You feel the emotion. You visualize the outcome. And then you wait. Days pass, sometimes weeks. You start to wonder if it worked at all. Doubt creeps in. You call it a delay. You assume the universe hasn't responded yet. But in truth, it already has. The signal was received the moment you sent it. The shift began the instant you aligned with it. There is no delay in the field, only in your decoding. The reality is not postponed. It is unfolding beyond the speed of thought, assembling pieces in a way your senses cannot yet perceive. This is the time lag illusion. The outcome is never late. Your recognition of it is. A woman named Nadia once planted a desire for expansion. She wanted to shift her career, feel more creative, build something of her own. She meditated on it daily, stayed in the emotion, journaled as her future self. But after a few weeks, with no visible movement, she assumed it wasn't working. Her energy dipped, her thoughts turned sour. But unknown to her, her name had already been mentioned in a meeting she didn't attend. A colleague had already recommended her for a project she hadn't heard of yet. The pieces were moving. The signal had landed. She just hadn't caught up to it. Weeks later, the call came. The opportunity was already in motion when she thought nothing was happening. It wasn't late. She just hadn't decoded it yet. The field does not respond based on your sense of time. It moves according to vibration, frequency, and coherence. Once your energy aligns with a version of reality, it begins to unfold. Sometimes the path is direct. Other times it takes detours to bypass your resistance or reposition your environment. It's not slow, it's intelligent. What appears as stillness is often precision at work. The question is not, why hasn't it happened? The question is, where is it already happening that I haven't noticed? This is why trust is essential. Not passive trust, but active trust. The kind of trust that says, even if I can't see it yet, it's already real. That frequency alone speeds up your decoding. It sharpens your perception. You begin to notice synchronicities, soft shifts, new people, fresh ideas. They were always there, but now you're tuned to see them. Time only feels like a gap when your mind searches for evidence in the wrong places. But the field is never off. It's always responding to the clarity of your last transmission. And the clearer you were, the more quickly it began. If it hasn't appeared yet, it isn't because it's stalled. It's because you are still meeting it, walking toward it, receiving it in stages. The illusion of delay breaks the moment you stop demanding instant proof and start trusting invisible progress. Because in truth, it's already done. What you're waiting for is not the creation. You're waiting for the moment you catch up to what your frequency already called into being. Reality doesn't happen all at once. It settles into place gradually, shaped not by what you hope for once or twice, but by what you return to most often. Probability becomes personality, not through fate, but through repetition. Every belief you revisit, every assumption you make without thinking, every emotional state you call home creates a probability field. And over time, that field hardens into identity. You don't become what you occasionally think. You become what you most consistently expect. Your personality isn't fixed. It's the average of your dominant vibrations. And your dominant vibrations are shaped by the probabilities you rehearse. A man named Callum used to think he was just an anxious person, always second-guessing, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. He tried meditation, read books, tried changing his habits, but the same version of him kept showing up, until one morning during a walk, he caught a thought midstream. Things always go wrong for me. It was subtle, almost automatic, but he noticed it, and then he remembered saying it before, again and again. It had become a loop, an internal probability so repeated that it turned into his emotional default. It wasn't a personality trait, it was a pattern, and that pattern was making decisions for him. When he saw it clearly, he didn't try to erase it, he replaced it. Slowly, deliberately, he began to rehearse a new baseline. I'm someone who handles things calmly. Things work out more often than not. At first, it felt untrue. Then it began to feel familiar. Then it began to feel like him. And with it, his reality changed, not through force, but through frequency. He tuned into a new probability, and eventually that probability became a personality. Every time you reinforce a belief, you're casting a vote for who you think you are. If you believe you're always behind, that becomes the gravitational pull of your behavior. If you believe things tend to go your way, your nervous system begins relaxing into that truth. These beliefs create pathways. Your thoughts travel them automatically, and unless you become conscious of them, they begin to define you. But the beauty of the field is that it's always listening now. It doesn't care how long you've rehearsed the old story. The moment you begin choosing a new one consistently, the field begins responding. Slowly at first, then faster, because the signal is shifting. And when the signal shifts often enough, your reality doesn't just change, it stabilizes. Your identity is malleable. Who you are is not who you've always been. It's who you most often believe yourself to be. If you want to change your life, start changing the probabilities you keep rehearsing. Start repeating the thoughts that match your desired future until they no longer sound aspirational. They sound familiar, and eventually they'll sound like you, not because you forced a new personality, but because you selected a new frequency and made it your home. Probability becomes personality the moment you stop visiting the new version and start living there. Life is always speaking, not in sentences, but in symbols. The world around you is a living mirror, constantly offering reflections of your inner state through seemingly unrelated forms. Objects, patterns, repeating phrases, unexpected detours. These are not accidents, they are responses. According to the law of symbolic reflection, the universe doesn't just echo your thoughts and emotions, it speaks them back to you in coded language. What shows up in your external environment is often a direct representation of what's moving in your subconscious field. Symbols are the way the quantum speaks in metaphor, and when you learn to read them, you realize you were never alone in the process. You were always in conversation. A woman named Adrienne kept encountering broken clocks. In shops, on walls, even in her own home. At first, she brushed it off as coincidence, but after the fourth time in 1 week, something in her paused. She asked herself, what in me feels out of time? The answer came immediately. She'd been pressuring herself to move faster, meet deadlines, make decisions, force progress. Her internal state was dissonant, always rushing. And the broken clocks mirrored that disconnect, not as punishment, but as precision. The moment she softened, the symbols shifted. The very next day, she received a calendar in the mail as a gift. Blank, clean, full of space. A new symbol, a new signal, a new reflection. Symbolic reflection is the universe's way of bypassing your logic. It speaks in images, in repetition, in serendipity, because those things bypass resistance. You may not admit to yourself that you feel stuck, but your car stalling at a green light says it for you. You may not want to acknowledge your expanding capacity, but the sudden arrival of new shoes, new space, or an unexpected opportunity confirms it for you. These symbols are not random. They are readable. This is why awareness matters. When something strange, repetitive, or emotionally charged enters your life, pause. Don't just interpret the surface, ask what it might be reflecting. Not everything carries a message, but everything can carry meaning if you're present enough to receive it. The external world is not separate from your signal. It is organized by it. And when your vibration changes, the symbols follow. This is also why shifts can feel abrupt. You change something internally, release a belief, forgive an old story, and suddenly the world begins behaving differently. The bill is less than expected. The conversation you feared never happens. The locked door opens. These are symbolic confirmations that your signal has changed. And the more you honor them, the more precise the reflections become. The law of symbolic reflection is not something to fear, it is a compass. It is a language of guidance spoken in metaphors. The universe is not testing you, it is showing you. Every symbol is a reply to your dominant frequency. And when you start reading those replies, you begin participating in your life with awareness, not confusion. The world stops feeling random. It starts feeling alive because it always was. You just hadn't learned how to read its language yet. Expectation is not hope. It's not wishing, it's not wanting, and it's not optimism dressed in positive thinking. Expectation is a command. It is the blueprint your signal wraps itself around before transmitting out into the field. Every outcome you experience is not just influenced by what you desire, but by what you genuinely expect will happen. Expectation encodes your broadcast. It tells the universe not only what to deliver, but how to organize the path to get there. It is the silent architect of your life, the tone beneath your words, the energy behind your choices, the structure underneath your belief. A man named Luca always told himself he was open to miracles. He meditated daily, kept his vision board current, practiced gratitude religiously, but his results came slowly, inconsistently. It wasn't until a quiet evening walk when a thought broke through his repetition. I don't actually expect it to work. It landed in his chest like a truth he'd been avoiding. His actions were aligned, but his expectation was not. He was rehearsing hope, not embodiment. That night he decided to expect differently, not with forced positivity, but with simple certainty. He didn't need to know how. It was enough to shift the blueprint. He practiced feeling the assumption that things would go well, that the support he needed would show up, that life could be soft instead of sharp. Within days, the energy around him began to organize differently. Conversations opened, delays lifted. The field responded, not because he worked harder, but because his expectation finally matched his intention. The field listens not to your loudest affirmations, but to your quietest assumptions. Expectation is subtle. It lives in your reflexes, in your breath, in how you prepare for the day. When you expect rejection, you tense your body. When you expect support, you move more freely. These small behaviors create an energetic echo, and that echo becomes your life. Most people carry two layers, the desire and the expectation. They want success but expect struggle. They want love but expect disappointment. They want healing but expect relapse. The result is a fractured signal, and the field doesn't know which blueprint to follow. But when you unify those layers, when your expectation matches your desire, the signal becomes sharp, undeniable, magnetic. To change your expectation, you must observe it. Watch your language. Watch your posture. What outcome do you secretly prepare for when no one's watching? That's the expectation writing your code. You don't need to force yourself to expect something better. You only need to begin asking a better question. What would I do if I genuinely expected this to work? Then act from that place. Speak from that place. Decide from that place. Because expectation is not a prediction, it is participation. And the moment you adjust it, the field recalibrates. The blueprint has always been yours. The encoding has always been adjustable, and reality, ever precise, will always reflect the structure you send. Not eventually, but immediately. Because once your expectation is clear, the instruction is complete. You are not creating from what you want. You are creating from what you are. More precisely, from who you believe yourself to be. Self-image is not just psychological, it is vibrational. It is the invisible template through which your signal is shaped, formatted, and transmitted into the field. You can affirm abundance all day, but if your self-image is still wrapped in scarcity, the field responds to that identity. Not the words, not the vision board, the code beneath them. And that code is written in the way you see yourself when no one is watching. A woman named Brielle spent years trying to manifest a breakthrough in her business. She learned every strategy, invested in coaching, even practiced daily rituals to stay in alignment. Yet every time progress came, it slipped away. She thought it was fear. She thought it was timing. But one evening, in a moment of deep stillness, she saw the real issue. She still saw herself as someone who had to prove her worth. Her self-image hadn't caught up with her desire. She was trying to manifest like a queen while feeling like an outsider. That night, she stopped asking what she needed to do. She asked who she needed to be. And she decided to become her future self now, not in fantasy, but in frequency. She started answering emails as that version, dressing as her, speaking as her, not pretending, remembering. And the results that had once felt impossible began unfolding naturally, not because she forced them, but because her signal template finally matched the life she was trying to receive. Self-image is the foundation of your frequency. It determines what feels normal, what feels possible, what you unconsciously accept or reject. The field is always scanning for congruence. When your inner identity matches your outer desire, manifestation accelerates. When they don't, friction arises. Doors open and close. Opportunities slip through, not because you're blocked, but because your signal is inconsistent. Changing your self-image isn't about inflating your ego. It's about aligning with truth. You were never meant to stay in a version of yourself shaped by old wounds or outdated narratives. The field is not loyal to who you were. It is loyal to who you choose to be now, and the moment you choose, everything begins to adjust. Start small. Notice the moments when you shrink, when you delay, when you explain yourself more than necessary. These are clues to your current template. Then begin to shift. Speak one sentence like the version who already has it. Make one decision from the place of worthiness instead of worry. These micro-adjustments reshape your code. Self-image is the instruction manual you hand to the universe. It tells reality what you think you deserve, what you think is normal, and what you unconsciously expect. And the field follows it with precision. Change the image, and you change the outcome, because the way you see yourself is not private. It is a broadcast, and the universe is always listening. Long before science gave language to vibration and energy, the ancients lived by it. They didn't call it frequency, but they understood it intimately. They designed temples, chanted syllables, and aligned themselves with celestial rhythms, not as rituals of superstition, but as practices of resonance. The Egyptians encoded frequencies into stone. The Vedic sages chanted mantras that tuned the nervous system to cosmic patterns. The Gnostics spoke of light within the body, not metaphorically but vibrationally. These weren't primitive practices. They were signal technologies, tools to refine consciousness and communicate with the unseen field that shaped reality. What we now call manifestation, they lived as sacred science. In ancient Egypt, architecture wasn't just for shelter. The temples were instruments. Every chamber, every pillar, every angle was designed to hold sound in specific ways. Chanting inside these spaces wasn't about worship. It was about frequency tuning. Priests and priestesses would intone names of divine archetypes not to call upon them from the outside, but to activate their vibration within. The tones used in these rituals matched precise resonances found in the human body. The belief was simple: speak like the gods, and you vibrate as they do. You do not beg for power, you remember it through tone. The Vedic masters took this further. Their entire system of spiritual development was rooted in sound. Each mantra was more than a prayer, it was a vibrational key. The syllables of Om, for example, were not chosen for aesthetic beauty, but because they resonated with the breath, the heart, and the space between thoughts. Repetition wasn't superstition, it was science. Through repetition, the signal becomes stable, the mantra becomes the anchor, the practitioner becomes the broadcast. The Vedas didn't teach that you needed to get something from the universe. They taught that you already were it, and your job was to tune to it again and again until it revealed itself in form. The Gnostics carried the frequency inward. Their teachings focused on light, but not the light of the sun, the inner light, the vibrational truth beneath the flesh. They believed that reality was shaped from within, and that each human carried a divine spark, an original frequency that had been forgotten through distraction and distortion. Gnostic practice wasn't about gaining knowledge, it was about remembrance. They spoke of the Christos, not as a historical figure, but as a state of consciousness, pure coherence with the source signal. When you remembered who you were, the outer world could no longer dominate you. You became the transmitter again. These traditions did not contradict modern energy teachings. They confirm them. They remind us that frequency isn't new, it's ancient. And our ancestors didn't just understand it, they mastered it. They built with it, spoke through it, aligned their lives around it. And so can you, not by copying rituals, but by reclaiming their essence. Because when you speak with clarity, breathe with rhythm, move with reverence, you are not just practicing manifestation, you are remembering mastery. And that remembrance is the signal the field never stopped waiting for. In a world obsessed with noise, the greatest power often hides in the quiet. Monks have known this for centuries, not as a discipline of denial, but as a doorway to creation. Their silence is not emptiness. It is space. It is signal refinement. It is the removal of distortion so the purest frequency can rise. While the world fills itself with words, distractions, and constant movement, monks step into stillness. And in that stillness, they become the strongest transmitters. The silence isn't absence, it's resonance. A sacred void that acts as a womb where new realities are conceived. A young monk named Tashi once lived in a mountainside monastery where speaking was limited to only a few hours a day. At first, the silence felt oppressive. His thoughts grew loud. The urge to speak, to react, to fill the air with sound was overwhelming. But as the weeks passed, something shifted. His breath became deeper, his senses sharper. He began to notice subtle things, the way light moved through the room, the space between his thoughts, the energy of others without needing their words. One morning during meditation, he felt something rise within him, not an idea but a presence, a vibration, as if the silence had grown dense with meaning. Later, his teacher told him, "Now you've touched the signal behind the world. That's where true creation begins." The reason silence is so powerful is because it is empty of contradiction. In silence, you are not sending mixed messages. You are not negotiating between hope and doubt, action and fear. The field receives a clean signal, not because of what is said, but because of what is not. Sacred silence becomes a womb where unformed energy waits for instruction, not from chaos, but from clarity. Most people fill the void too quickly. When discomfort arises, they reach for distraction. When uncertainty appears, they smother it with opinion. But monks have trained themselves to stay, to wait, to allow emptiness to expand, because they know that in the stillness between thoughts, the blueprint of the next reality is born. The universe is not pressured into responding. It listens for coherence, and coherence is strongest when you've stopped explaining yourself, when you've stopped asking out loud, when you've entered the still, sacred interior where truth doesn't need volume. From that place, you don't speak your desire, you become it. You don't manifest from words, you transmit from presence. Silence is not void of power. It is concentrated potential. It is the space where signals are purified, where frequency finds its true tone, where the future begins to take shape not through sound, but through signal. This is the signal of emptiness. And when you learn to sit in it, not with expectation, but with reverence, you step into the creative state known by mystics across every tradition. Creation does not require more noise. It requires more space. And monks understood that, not as philosophy, but as practice. Their silence was not stillness, it was activation. And from that womb of emptiness, entire worlds have been born. In ancient times, buildings were not merely structures, they were instruments. Temples were not designed just for shelter or ritual, but to hold and amplify specific frequencies. Every stone, every column, every measurement was chosen with precision, not just for beauty, but for resonance. The architects of those sacred spaces were not just builders, they were energy engineers, encoding the invisible into form. The temple was not a container for people, it was a container for vibration, and those who entered it were not there to be impressed, they were there to be aligned. A man named Neferet, a temple architect in ancient Egypt, once said, "The shape of a space speaks louder than words." He understood what few do today. That frequency is shaped by form, the height of a ceiling, the angle of a corridor, the curve of a dome. Each influences how sound moves, how breath settles, how consciousness shifts. When a person stepped into a sacred temple, they weren't just entering a building. They were entering a field designed to tune them. The architecture itself was a transmission, a map, a mirror, a frequency holder. Many of these temples were constructed in alignment with celestial bodies. The morning sun would pass through a narrow shaft on a specific day of the year, striking a single altar or illuminating a single statue. This was not aesthetic, it was energetic. These alignments acted as calibration points, syncing the physical space with cosmic rhythm. Those who prayed, meditated, or chanted within these structures were not hoping to be heard. They were harmonizing with universal flow. The architecture supported their signal, clarified it, and amplified it. Even today, you feel the residue of this wisdom. You walk into a cathedral and your breath changes. You stand beneath an ancient arch and your mind stills. You don't need to understand acoustics or geometry to sense it. The space itself carries an intelligence. It was built to remember something you forgot, and the more still you become inside it, the more you begin to recall. The temple architect's secret was not sacred geometry alone. It was the understanding that frequency can be shaped, and that space can either distort or enhance your signal. They built spaces that removed distortion, that cleared the emotional clutter, that invited coherence. These spaces became tuning forks for the soul. You entered scattered and left whole. You entered heavy and left light, not by magic, but by design. Modern architecture often forgets this. Spaces are built for efficiency, not frequency, but the memory lives on. And once you understand the secret, you don't need a temple to align. You can create your own. One corner of your home, one clean surface, one room filled with intention instead of noise. Space is never neutral. It either scrambles your signal or strengthens it. The ancients knew this, and through stone and silence, they whispered the secret that still echoes today. When you step into resonance, reality steps toward you. Form follows frequency, and space remembers truth. Some of the most powerful prayers are never spoken. Some of the most potent mantras contain no words. They move silently, beneath thought, carried not by sound, but by feeling. These are the soundless chants, the vibrations you hold so clearly in your being that the universe hears them louder than anything you could ever say. They do not rely on language. They do not need repetition. They emerge from presence, from certainty, from the deep alignment of thought, emotion, and energy. When you hold a vibration so consistently that it becomes a tone in your field, you are chanting without speaking, and the field responds. A man named Avon spent years studying sacred texts and spiritual practices. He learned every mantra, practiced every breathing technique, chanted for hours, but nothing seemed to shift. He said the right things, but inside, the signal was chaotic. One night, while lying in the dark, too tired to try again, he let go. Not in defeat, but in stillness. He stopped reaching for a phrase, stopped trying to get it right. And in that silence, a feeling rose, warm, steady, wordless. It didn't have a name, but it felt like trust. He didn't try to hold it. He just became it. That was the moment the chant began, not with sound, but with coherence. The next day, small things started shifting. A conversation opened. A worry disappeared. The effort had ended, and the signal had begun. The soundless chant is not a technique. It is a frequency. It is what happens when your inner state becomes so consistent that it begins to speak for you. You don't say, "I am worthy." You walk as if you are. You don't chant, "I receive abundance." You feel the joy of it before it arrives, and that emotion becomes a vibrational tone pulsing beneath the surface of everything you do. This chant cannot be memorized. It must be felt. You find it not in your throat, but in your chest. Not in your tongue, but in your solar plexus. It is the energy you bring into a room, the tone you hold in stillness, the vibration you leave behind long after you've gone. The field hears this tone clearly, and it does not need volume to respond. Sometimes people wonder why their spoken affirmations don't seem to work. It's because the spoken mantra is different from the energetic one. You can say, "I trust the process," while chanting fear in your body. You can declare love while humming rejection. The field does not respond to words. It responds to signal, and signal comes from vibration, not vocabulary. To create a soundless chant, Begin with emotion. Choose the state you want to live in, then feel it fully, without words, without trying. Let it rise and stay. Let it soak into your posture, your breath, your choices. That silent feeling becomes your mantra. That steady pulse becomes your prayer, and the universe, fluent in vibration, responds not to what you said, but to who you became. The shaman does not see the world as others do. Where most see matter, the shaman sees movement. Where most see problems, the shaman sees patterns. Their mind is not bound by the surface of things. It swims beneath, tuned to frequencies most overlook. The shaman's power does not come from spells or symbols, but from perception itself. Altered, expanded, fluid perception. This is the mind of the shaman. And through it, they transmit not by trying, but by tuning, not by demanding, but by dissolving into the signal they wish to send. A man named Saul lived in the dense rainforests of the Andes. He was known in his village not for his words, but for his presence. When people were sick, they came to him. When they were lost, they sat beside him. He rarely offered advice. He rarely told them what to do. Instead, he entered silence. His eyes would soften, his breath would slow, and something in the space would change, not dramatically but unmistakably. People would feel lighter. Their questions would resolve on their own. They thought it was magic. It wasn't. It was frequency. Saul had learned how to shift his perception so deeply that his signal altered the energy around him. Without touching, without speaking, he transmitted healing through state. The mind of the shaman knows that the material world is a mirror. What appears solid is just slow-moving energy. What appears random is the dance of unseen order. When the shaman alters their perception through rhythm, breath, stillness, or sound, they exit the illusion of separation. They stop trying to change the world. They become the vibration they wish to see reflected. This is why so many of their tools, drums, rattles, fire, fasting, are not rituals of worship, but instruments of tuning. They are ways to leave the mind behind and enter the field cleanly, as signal. You don't have to live in a forest to think like a shaman. You only need to stop assuming that what you see is all there is. The next time you encounter resistance, close your eyes, drop beneath the reaction. Ask not, what do I do, but what am I seeing that no longer serves me? Then shift, breathe slower. Imagine the problem dissolving into light, not to escape it, but to rise above its frequency. In that space, you're no longer broadcasting fear, you're radiating insight, and the field rearranges accordingly. Shamans do not beg the universe for change, they become the change. Through altered perception, they collapse duality. They exit the fight between what is and what should be, and then enter the flow of what wants to become. This shift in sight becomes a shift in signal, and when the signal changes, everything follows. The true gift of the shaman is not in accessing special powers. It is in remembering that power was always perception. Change what you see, and you change what you transmit. Change what you transmit, and the world begins to mirror back your new vision, real, raw, and transformed. Ritual is not superstition. It is structure for the invisible. It is how energy becomes stable. Most people think repetition dulls intention, but the opposite is true. Repetition refines it. Ritual acts like a tuning fork, sharpening your frequency each time you return to it. When your body, mind, and energy perform the same motion, the same word, the same breath over and over, not in mindless habit but in presence, you send a signal so coherent the field cannot ignore it. Ritual is not about asking, it's about becoming. With each repetition, you narrow the gap between who you were and who you're choosing to be. A woman named Kaya had a morning practice she returned to every day. She would sit before sunrise, light a single candle, and speak one phrase into the silence: I carry the light. She didn't say it to convince herself. She said it to remember. Some mornings she felt powerful, others heavy and uncertain. But she returned anyway, again and again, and something happened that she couldn't trace to any single moment. Her life changed, not dramatically at first, but steadily. People started seeking her out for guidance. Doors opened. Her clarity sharpened. She became magnetic without effort, not because of the words alone, but because of the frequency she had tuned herself to every morning until it became her. You see, the field responds not to what you do once, but to what you repeat with coherence. Repetition is signal consolidation. Every time you return to your ritual with intention, you amplify your broadcast. You don't need 100 practices. You need 1 or 2 done with presence. You don't need constant change. You need consistency that sculpts your vibration into something the field can respond to clearly. Most people give up before the signal has time to solidify. They try something for a few days, don't see results, and declare it doesn't work. But the field isn't responding to your experiment. It's responding to your signature, and that signature is shaped in the doing, in the devotion, in the decision to return even when nothing seems to be happening, especially then. Ritual is how energy gains traction. It gives form to the formless. It turns intention into embodiment. You're not just lighting a candle or repeating a phrase. You're teaching the field who you are now. You're reinforcing the vibration of your future self until it becomes your present one. You're holding a frequency long enough that the world must adjust to meet you there. Your ritual doesn't have to be complex. It just has to be clean. Choose it with care. Show up for it like it matters, because it does. Not to the gods, not to tradition, but to your transmission. Each time you return, you hit the fork again. The tone strengthens, the signal sharpens, the field listens, and reality begins to sing in harmony with the frequency you never stopped choosing. Forgiveness is not about letting someone off the hook. It's about freeing your signal. Every time you hold on to resentment, blame, or unresolved pain, you create static in your field. That static doesn't just sit quietly. It vibrates. It pulses with the frequency of the past. And the universe, obedient to your dominant transmission, continues to echo that unresolved energy back to you in form, through situations, through relationships, through patterns that seem to repeat, no matter how much you try to move forward. Forgiveness is not a moral obligation. It is an energetic necessity. Until you release the binds, your signal stays jammed. You can send intentions, but they'll bounce. You can visualize the future, but the field still hears the weight of what you haven't let go. A man named Elias carried anger toward his father for decades. Every time he tried to build something meaningful, relationships, work, creativity, something would stall. It always felt like something unseen was interfering, like he was dragging an invisible anchor behind him. One evening, after another plan fell apart, he sat quietly and asked a new question. What am I still carrying that isn't mine to hold? The answer came like a whisper. His father's failure, his father's voice, his father's shadow. He realized he hadn't just remembered the past. He had been broadcasting it. His identity had wrapped itself around a wound, and that wound had become his signal. The next morning he wrote a letter, not to send, but to release. He didn't excuse the pain, but he emptied it. He said what needed to be said. He let the energy move. He didn't ask for reconciliation. He asked for freedom. And as he folded the letter and placed it in the fire, he felt something shift. It wasn't dramatic, but it was clear. The signal changed. In the weeks that followed, the opportunities that had stalled began to move. Not because the universe had finally allowed it, but because he had finally cleared the jam. Forgiveness is frequency refinement. It is how you remove interference from the transmission of your true self. Holding on doesn't protect you, it blocks you. The wound is real, but the question is, do you want to be right or do you want to be free? Because forgiveness is not agreement, it is detachment. It is choosing not to let the past dictate your vibration. You don't have to force it. but you do have to feel it. Sit with the pain long enough to let it go, not to forget it, but to unbind it from your signal. Say what was never said, cry what was never cried, burn the story that no longer belongs to you, because every ounce of pain you release is space cleared for something new. Forgiveness is not weakness. It is power reclaimed. It is clarity restored. And once your signal is clean, the field responds without distortion. Because freedom is not found in getting even. It is found in letting go. Awe is not just an emotion. It is a frequency, a rare one, pure, expansive, quietly powerful. It opens your field like nothing else because it empties you of resistance. In awe, you stop trying to control, you stop grasping, you simply witness. And in that witnessing, your signal becomes wide, receptive, magnetic. The universe rushes into the space awe creates, not because awe demands anything, but because it aligns you with the vastness that already wants to give. A man named Dorian lived much of his life with a clenched jaw and a closed heart. He studied manifestation, set goals, spoke affirmations, but something always felt tight, like reality had to be wrestled into shape. Then one evening, hiking alone, he crested a ridge, just as the sky cracked open with light. The clouds parted, gold spilled across the valley, and for a moment, he forgot to think. He forgot to want. He forgot to try. His body softened, his breath deepened, his mind went still. In that stillness was awe, not the kind you chase, but the kind that finds you. And for the first time, he didn't feel small in a shrinking way. He felt small in a sacred way, held, watched, part of it all. That night, he didn't speak intentions. He didn't need to. Something shifted. Life felt different. Days moved smoother. People smiled more. Things came with less effort. His signal had changed, not through force, but through humility. The frequency of awe dissolves the illusion of separateness. It reminds you that you are not the center of the universe, but you are a reflection of it. When you remember that, your field expands. You no longer try to bend life around your desires. You become someone who lets life flow through you, and life, sensing the openness, rushes in with more. Not because you claim superiority, but because you surrendered to wonder. Humility is not shrinking. It is standing in the presence of something vast and choosing not to control it. Awe humbles the ego, not to diminish you, but to tune you. When the ego quiets, your signal becomes coherent. There is no need to prove, to perform, to push. You become light enough to rise. This is why awe is a cosmic attractor. It clears static. It sharpens presence. It magnifies gratitude. You don't have to see mountaintops to feel it. You can find it in the rhythm of breath, in the silence between thoughts, in the way a candle flickers without permission. Awe is available the moment you pay attention without agenda. The field responds to reverence, not the kind that begs, but the kind that listens, that breathes, that says, I trust the force that made this. When you live in awe, even for moments a day, your frequency speaks clearly. I am ready to receive without clinging, and the universe, which gives most to the open, moves toward you, not as reward, but as resonance. Because awe is the signal of one who finally remembers how vast and generous reality truly is. It never happens too late. It only happens when your signal can receive it. The universe is not withholding from you. It is waiting for coherence. Divine timing is not some celestial schedule that favors a chosen few. It is signal timing, the exact moment your frequency aligns with the reality you've been calling in. Until then, the transmission is active, but the reception is blocked. Not by punishment, but by preparation. What feels like delay is often fine-tuning. What feels like silence is often calibration. The moment your inner broadcast matches the vibration of what you've asked for, it arrives. Swiftly, precisely, inevitably. A woman named Layla had carried the same desire for years. to leave her job and step fully into the work that lit her up. She'd visualized it, prayed for it, planned for it, but every time she tried to make the leap, something would stop her. Finances, fear, uncertainty. It wasn't that the opportunity didn't exist. It was that her reception was scrambled. Her energy said, "I want this," but her signal whispered, "I'm not ready." Until one morning she woke up different. Not louder, not braver, clearer. She felt a soft knowing in her chest, like the air had finally settled. That week, an old friend reached out with a collaboration offer. A door she hadn't even knocked on opened wide. It wasn't coincidence. It was alignment. Her signal had stabilized, and reception had begun. The field doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your frequency. If your internal state is foggy, rushed, or filled with doubt, the transmission gets lost. The message doesn't land. But when your energy becomes steady, when your inner landscape no longer contradicts your desire, the field clicks. You don't have to force the arrival. You just have to be tuned enough to receive it. Most people mistake divine timing for delay. They think the universe is testing their patience or teaching them a lesson. But what's really happening is a dance. You are learning to hold the frequency long enough, clearly enough, for the transmission to land. The stronger your signal, the shorter the gap between sending and receiving. But if your reception is cluttered with urgency, doubt, or past projections, the broadcast stays out of reach. This is why trust matters. Not trust in fate, but trust in frequency. If your signal is clean and the outcome hasn't arrived yet, that doesn't mean it's missing. It means it's moving. The field is rearranging details you can't yet see. The opportunity is in transit. The door is being carved. Your only job is to hold the signal, not to chase the result. When it lands, it won't feel forced. It will feel obvious, like something you've known was coming, because it was. You weren't waiting on the universe. The universe was waiting on your clarity. And when clarity meets creation, timing becomes divine. Not because it's perfect, but because it's precisely when you are ready to receive what's already been yours all along. Some people seem to draw opportunities, relationships, and breakthroughs without chasing them. It isn't luck, it isn't charm, it's magnetism, a silent, powerful pull that doesn't demand attention, but commands it. Spiritual magnetism is not about getting everything you want. It's about becoming so aligned with your inner frequency that everything meant for you moves toward you naturally, not through pursuit, but through resonance. The more you embody the energy of your desired outcome, the more life begins to shape itself around your presence. You stop pulling, you start attracting. A man named Ezra once tried everything to manifest the life he wanted: vision boards, affirmations, strategies. He was dedicated but exhausted. His energy was loud, restless, grasping. One evening, after a failed meeting and a quiet moment on a park bench, he gave up. Not on his dream, but on the noise. He stopped trying to make it happen and asked himself a different question. Who would I be if I already had what I was chasing? The answer came not as a plan, but as a feeling. Peaceful, grounded, enough. From that day on, he stopped proving and started embodying. He didn't lower his goals, he raised his frequency. And within weeks, the emails came, the doors opened, the right people noticed. Not because he pushed, but because he became magnetic. Spiritual magnetism is not passive. It is energetic clarity. When you know who you are and live from that knowing, the universe organizes around you. You don't have to convince anyone. You don't have to justify your value. The signal speaks louder than words, and it speaks through the way you enter a room, the way you hold silence, the way you walk even when no one is watching. Your field becomes an invitation. This magnetism begins with alignment. The clearer your inner state, the stronger your pull. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions are vibrating in harmony with your chosen identity, you become coherent, and coherence is attractive. Misalignment, on the other hand, repels. When you want something but carry the energy of fear, desperation, or unworthiness, the signal becomes distorted. The outcome doesn't run from you, but it can't find you because your frequency doesn't match its coordinates. To become magnetic, you don't need to change what you want. You need to become the version of you that already lives in that reality. You don't chase love, you become loving. You don't hunt for success, you embody certainty. The universe doesn't give you what you demand, it mirrors what you radiate. Every day you have a chance to sharpen that field, to choose presence over performance, to walk in faith instead of waiting for proof. Because magnetism isn't something you do, it's something you allow when you're finally aligned with the truth of who you are. And when you reach that state, the outcomes you once chased begin orbiting you, not because you asked louder, but because your frequency made them inevitable. There was once a woman named Elira, who worked as a seamstress in a small, quiet village. Her days were filled with fabric, needles, and thread, mending clothes and stitching hems for people who barely looked her in the eye. She lived simply, spoke softly, and asked for very little. Most saw her as invisible, a background character in their hurried lives. But Elira carried something no one else could see, a thread not of cotton or silk, but of belief, thin at first, almost transparent, but real. And with it she was quietly reweaving her life. She wasn't always this way. Years earlier she had lived in bitterness. She believed she had been passed over by life, left behind in a story that belonged to someone else. She stitched from obligation, not from presence. Her hands were steady, but her spirit was elsewhere. Until one evening, as she worked by candlelight, her eyes caught the glint of a single golden thread tangled in a pile of fabric. It wasn't part of any order. She hadn't remembered placing it there. Yet it shimmered. Something about it felt different. She held it up and whispered, "Maybe I'm not forgotten." It was the smallest thought, but it changed everything. It wasn't just the thread that was golden, it was the belief she allowed for the first time in years. From that night on, Elira began to see the golden thread everywhere, not literally, but symbolically, in the way the morning light touched her windowsill, in the words of a stranger passing through town, in the unexpected kindness of a customer who lingered longer than usual. Her work became more than service. It became devotion. Every stitch held presence. Every pattern felt alive. And without announcing anything, people began to notice. A merchant from the city stumbled upon her shop during a storm. He admired the detail in her stitching, the precision in her seams. He asked who had trained her. "I trained myself," she said without shame. He returned 2 weeks later with an offer, a gallery in the city featuring artisan craftsmanship. Would she consider displaying her work? Elira didn't hesitate, not because she was fearless, but because her belief had grown roots. The golden thread had become a current, pulling her forward. She said yes. Years later, people would ask what changed. How did a forgotten seamstress become a name whispered with reverence among artists and designers? But the truth was never about fame or fortune. It was about the thread, the one belief, "Maybe I'm not forgotten," that rewove her world. She didn't need permission. She needed presence. She didn't need a title. She needed to tune herself to a new possibility and stitch it into everything she touched. Elira's story is not about luck. It is about frequency. A single thread of belief, held with consistency and care, can alter the fabric of a life. The world responds not to who you were, but to what you decide to believe now. And belief, once chosen and tended, becomes the thread that weaves destiny. In a small, quiet town where time moved predictably and days folded into one another, there lived a man named Idris, a watchmaker. His shop sat at the corner of a cobbled street, filled with the soft ticking of countless clocks, all humming in synchronized rhythm. People came to him for repairs, never realizing that he wasn't just fixing watches. He was watching reality through time's architecture. Idris had come to notice something strange. Every time he adjusted a certain clock, something outside his shop would shift. Not immediately, but inevitably. A disagreement between neighbors would suddenly resolve. A lost object would reappear. A delayed letter would arrive. At first, he dismissed it as coincidence. But then it happened again. And again, the clock in question wasn't special in appearance. Simple wood frame, brass hands, a small scratch on the face. But Idris had a ritual. Each morning he wound it not to the present moment, but to the time he wanted to feel, a time that carried peace, ease, flow. If the morning was tense, he'd set it slightly ahead, as if to nudge the day forward into resolution. If he felt scattered, he'd wind it back, giving himself more space. And as he continued this quiet practice, life around him began responding in synchrony, not because the clock changed the world, but because the adjustment tuned his perception, and his perception reshaped the way reality responded. The watchmaker's loop wasn't in the gears, it was in the signal. Each tick carried intention. Each setting became a declaration, and with that alignment, the world didn't remain fixed. It rearranged. One evening, a customer lingered after closing. She had just lost her job and came for a repair, but stayed for a story. Idris told her about the clock, how every tick was an opportunity to adjust not just time, but tone, how reality listened more to presence than plans. She left lighter, as if something unseen had shifted. A week later, she returned with new work, new clarity, and a glint in her eyes that hadn't been there before. What Idris had discovered without naming it was a truth ancient and precise. Perception informs frequency, and frequency writes form. His daily ritual of tuning a clock had become a ritual of tuning himself. And because he aligned, the field adjusted. You don't need a clock to do this, you need a loop. A moment each day where you deliberately tune your state, where you pause and decide, what time am I living in, the past, the panic, the future? Or am I aligning with the rhythm that matches the life I'm calling in? That small adjustment becomes your signal. And that signal, repeated with presence, becomes the command that shapes what happens next. Reality is not a fixed mechanism. It's a living loop, waiting for you to wind it differently. One tick, one breath, one shift in perception. That's all it takes to rearrange the world. Just ask the watchmaker. He never left the shop, but the world around him changed, one silent adjustment at a time. In a quiet library tucked behind ivy-covered walls, where dust danced in sunbeams and silence felt like presence rather than absence, there worked a woman named Elwyn. She had no title of prestige, no acclaim beyond the small town where she lived, but those who spent time in her presence often left changed. No one could explain it. Visitors would arrive searching for something vague, a direction, a spark, a lost part of themselves. And somehow, the book they needed would be waiting on the desk, already pulled. Elwyn never asked questions. She simply smiled, handed it over, and returned to her chair. What they didn't know was that she wasn't just organizing books. She was tuning reality with her intention. Elwyn had discovered her strange ability years ago during a dream. In it, she wandered endless halls of books, not yet written, their titles glowing faintly, their contents pulsing with possibility. She reached for one, opened it, and woke up crying, not from sadness but recognition. The next day, that exact book arrived in a box of donations. It wasn't popular, it wasn't known, but it contained exactly the message she had seen in the dream. That was the beginning. From then on, Elwyn began experimenting. Before opening the library each morning, she sat in silence and asked, "Who is coming today, and what do they need?" She wouldn't guess, she wouldn't plan. She would simply tune into the feeling of alignment, of the right story finding the right soul. Sometimes a title would flash in her mind. Sometimes she'd feel drawn to a shelf and pull a book without knowing why. By the time the patron arrived, the connection had already been made. Time and again, people stood stunned, whispering, "How did you know?" She never explained, because Elwyn understood something most never stopped to consider. Reality listens to clarity, It does not require force, only focused frequency. Her intention wasn't to control, but to align. She didn't try to make things happen. She held space for them to arrive. And the universe, precise and obedient, responded every time. Her dream state had shown her what waking minds often forget, that the world is malleable, responsive, shaped not by effort but by resonance. She didn't write the books. She tuned herself to the people who needed them. She became the bridge, the signal, the calm current that allowed unseen guidance to reach form. You don't need to work in a library to do what Elowen did. You only need to ask yourself each morning, what am I broadcasting with my being? Am I tuned to chaos, or am I tuned to clarity? Am I reacting to noise, or am I choosing to align with what wants to move through me? Elowen never sought power. She simply made herself available to it. And in that availability, reality arranged itself, not by accident, by intention, quiet, clear, and unshakable, just like her. There was a farmer named Jalen who lived in a wide valley where seasons were unpredictable and the land often swung between too much and not enough. His neighbors feared the sky, studied forecasts, planted in panic, harvested in haste. But Jalen moved differently. He never rushed, never worried. People said he was too calm, too slow, but his fields always grew. When others lost crops to drought or flood, Jalen's land stayed nourished. When asked his secret, he would smile and say, "I speak to the rain." Most laughed. Some rolled their eyes, but a few stayed curious enough to listen. He didn't mean it literally, not always. He didn't chant or shout to the clouds. His conversation with the rain was silent, anchored not in words, but in vibration. Every morning before tending his fields, he stood at the edge of them and dropped into stillness. He didn't plead for good weather. He didn't brace for bad. He simply tuned his body to calm, not a calm of absence, but a calm of command. In that state, he imagined the rain coming exactly when it was needed, gentle, timely, just enough. And then he worked, not with hope, with knowing. His neighbors thought he was lucky, but luck has no rhythm. Jalen's results were consistent. What they couldn't see was that while they reacted to the chaos of nature, Jalen had mastered his response. His calm was not passive, it was precision, a steady broadcast that told the field, "I trust," and the field, always listening, arranged itself to meet him. One summer, when the region faced its longest dry spell in decades, the panic rose like heat from the ground. Wells dried, yields shrank, but Jalen remained unshaken. People begged him to share his method. "Don't you see what's happening?" they cried. He nodded. "Yes, but what matters is how I see it." Each day he walked the dusty rows, placed his hands on the soil, and said nothing. His calm deepened. His vision stayed the same. And on the 23rd day, clouds gathered, not with violence, but with grace. Rain fell first on his fields, then the surrounding ones. His crops thrived. Jalen's gift wasn't weather manipulation, it was alignment. He didn't control the rain, he became a match to its timing. His calm wasn't ignorance, it was a signal, a message to the quantum field. I do not doubt, I do not flinch. I do not abandon my vision just because the sky is slow to answer. True manifestation is not loud, it is steady. The world bends not to force, but to frequency. When you hold your inner state like a tuning fork, quiet, clear, unwavering, you become magnetic. Even to clouds, even to miracles. The universe does not rush for the panicked. It responds to the one who holds the signal calmly until the weather changes. Jalen never chased results. He cultivated resonance, and in doing so, he taught the sky to listen. He was born without a name anyone remembered, in a village that forgot him before he could speak. No inheritance, no lineage, no favor, just dust, hunger, and the quiet ache of being overlooked. They called him the orphan, though he never cried for what he lacked. He watched the world from the corners, how people carried themselves, how decisions shaped destiny, how belief moved faster than bloodlines. And while others waited to be chosen, he chose himself, not loudly, not with arrogance, but with quiet certainty. He began to move like someone who already knew who he was. And though he wore no crown, the signal he sent was unmistakable: royalty. The boy's name was Kyle. At night he would lie on the cold floor of the shelter and imagine rooms filled with light, not walls of stone. He didn't fantasize, he aligned. He felt the weight of robes he didn't own, the steadiness of a voice trained to lead, the gravity of choices that shaped nations. And in the silence of his exile, he became something more than circumstance. He became a transmitter, not of what had happened to him, but of what would happen through him. Years passed. He worked in stables, carried baskets, studied from shadows, but his posture was different. His gaze was clear. He never slouched, never rushed. He spoke little, but when he did, people listened, not because of volume, but because of vibration. His frequency was organized, sovereign, rooted in something invisible but undeniable. One day, a messenger from the capital collapsed outside the marketplace. Kyle helped him without hesitation, fed him, listened. And when the messenger spoke of the dying king and the search for an heir with no known bloodline, Kyle said nothing, but his presence said everything. The man returned to the palace and told the council, "I've met someone. He walks like he belongs to something ancient." They summoned Kyle, not because of prophecy, but because of perception. He had already become what the kingdom needed before it knew it needed him. The test wasn't in lineage, it was in frequency. And Kyle had long passed it. He was crowned not as a symbol, but as a signal, a reminder that identity is not inherited, it is embodied, that royalty is not in the title, but in the tone. He ruled with grace, not because he studied power, but because he practiced presence. Every step he took had been rehearsed in silence. Every decision was made by someone who remembered where he came from, not to shrink, but to stay aligned. The world may tell you to wait until you're chosen, until you're validated, until someone hands you permission. But Kyle's life whispered another truth. Reality is shaped by the frequency you carry before anyone sees your worth. The crown came last. The consciousness came first. And once he became the king within, the kingdom had no choice but to appear around him. In a sunlit studio that overlooked no one and faced everything, a woman named Mireia painted as if time bent for her hands. She didn't paint for galleries. She didn't paint for praise. She painted to feel, to remember, to choose. Her canvases weren't just color and shape. They were invitations. Each one held a version of reality that didn't yet exist in the physical world, but lived clearly in the frequency of her brush. People who saw her work said it moved them, though they couldn't say why. Some cried, some left in silence, some felt doors open inside them that they hadn't known were locked. Mireia never explained. She only smiled, wiped her hands, and continued painting the unseen into form. Her process was strange to those who watched. She didn't start with sketches. She started with stillness, a moment where she tuned in, not to what she wanted to paint, but to what wanted to be born. She would breathe, close her eyes, and feel into the version of reality she was about to translate. Sometimes it was peace, sometimes expansion, sometimes it was the quiet ache of becoming. Once she locked onto the feeling, her hands moved on their own. Each stroke carried vibration, not random, not decorative, intentional, like a tuning fork across canvas. There was one piece that changed everything. She called it the threshold. Blues and gold swirled like memory and prophecy mixed into one. A woman stood between two doors, one open, one not yet formed. Mireia painted it while going through a period of personal uncertainty, unsure which direction her life was pulling. But as the image emerged, her own clarity did too. By the time she finished, she wasn't the same, and neither was her life. Within a month, she received an invitation to exhibit her work in a gallery she had never applied to. The email read, "We felt something in your art that opened a space we didn't know we were waiting for." The field had responded. Her transmission had been received. Mireia had never needed to speak her desires aloud. She encoded them. Through color, through form, through vibration. Her brush was a transmitter. The canvas a mirror, each painting a chosen version of reality placed into motion by emotion and focus. She didn't chase timelines. She painted them into being. Everyone transmits. Some through words, some through movement. Mireia used art. Her frequency was stable, her vision clean, and because of that, her chosen realities didn't just stay in imagination. They leaked into the physical. One gallery, one viewer, one ripple at a time. The field doesn't need your effort. It needs your coherence. When you become still enough to feel the next reality and focused enough to express it with clarity, the signal is sent. Whether through canvas, voice, or presence, doesn't matter. What matters is the vibration you encode. Mireia didn't paint what she saw. She painted what she remembered, and the universe remembered with her. He played not to impress, but to open doors. In a dim, forgotten jazz bar on the edge of the city, a man named Solace sat behind an old, upright piano that was always slightly out of tune, but somehow that made the music feel more alive. He didn't read from sheets. He didn't plan. He simply listened, then played. Each note didn't just fill the air, it shaped it. People said time moved differently when Solace played. Conversations slowed, memories surfaced. A 5-minute set felt like a lifetime. He wasn't just a musician, he was a transmitter, and his sound wasn't just entertainment, it was alignment. Solace had discovered his gift in childhood. Not as a prodigy, but as someone who noticed what others missed. He would strike a single key, let it ring out, and feel the room respond. The lamp would flicker, the mood would shift, people would quiet without knowing why. He sensed early on that sound was more than vibration. It was intention, wrapped in rhythm, delivered into matter. So he began to experiment, not just with melody, but with frequency. Before playing, he would center himself, holding a specific emotion, not for show, but for signal, joy, peace, release. Then he'd let the music flow from that place. The sound became the carrier wave. The frequency was encoded in the tone. One night, a woman walked into the bar carrying grief like a second skin. Her eyes were hollow, her shoulders tight. She ordered tea, sat alone, and stared into nothing. Solace noticed. He didn't speak. He simply shifted his tuning. He played softer, deeper, slower, not sad, but open. A sound like warm rain, like memories returning without pain. By the second chorus, she was crying, not from sadness, but from something being released. Afterward, she approached him and said, "I don't know what just happened, but something heavy left me." Solace nodded. He knew that wasn't a song, that was a recalibration. Sound moves faster than thought. It bypasses the mind and speaks to the body, to the field, to the patterns that form your reality. When used with presence, music doesn't just entertain. It heals, it organizes, it bends time. Solace didn't need to explain it. He became it. His piano became a sacred instrument, not because of the wood and strings, but because of the state he entered before touching the keys. You don't have to be a musician to tune your life this way. You only need to understand that every sound you make carries energy. Your voice, your laugh, the rhythm of your steps. When you make sound from coherence, from love, stillness, clarity, you shape the space around you. You speak directly to the quantum field. Solace never sought fame. He sought harmony. And in that pursuit, he discovered a timeless truth. Sacred sound doesn't entertain the world. It changes it. One note at a time, one heart at a time, one silent echo shaping reality long after the music fades. He had followed orders his whole life. Wake up, suit up, fall in line. A soldier trained to move without question, to act without pause. His name was Keon, and he had learned early that stillness was dangerous, that thinking too much could get you killed. But something changed the night he woke up inside a dream, not just the kind you have in sleep, but the kind you don't know you're in until something clicks. He was in the middle of a mission, adrenaline high, senses sharp, when suddenly everything slowed. The chaos around him, the shouting, the distant gunfire, all of it went silent. It didn't stop, it just faded, like someone had turned down the volume. And for the first time he saw it wasn't real, not in the way he thought. He was awake, fully alert, but something in him had stepped back from the script. He wasn't just reacting anymore, he was aware. Keon called it the dream, but what he meant was the life most people live without realizing they're asleep. The routines, the roles, the patterns repeated until they look like identity. After that moment, everything changed. He still followed commands, still trained, but inside, he was different. He began to notice the tone behind people's words, the energy under their movements. He felt the shift in a room before anyone spoke. His reaction slowed, not out of hesitation, but precision, and in that space between stimulus and response, he found power. He began to test the edge of the dream. Before meals, he'd pause and ask, "Who's choosing this?" Before action, he'd scan his internal field. Was he acting from fear or from clarity? He didn't need to escape the system. He simply stopped letting it shape his signal, and the field noticed. Coincidences multiplied, problems unraveled before they formed, conversations shifted without force. He wasn't manipulating life. He was lucid inside it. Most people walk through reality as if it's fixed, as if the script was handed to them at birth and cannot be rewritten. But awareness breaks the script. The moment you become conscious of your state, your breath, your thought, your emotion, you step out of the role and into the seat of the creator. You begin to live lucidly, not in fantasy, but in presence. You still navigate the world, but you're no longer lost in it. You're steering. Keon never bragged about his awakening. He didn't become a guru. He simply lived with different eyes. He carried peace like armor. He made decisions from alignment, not survival. And when others asked why life seemed to move more easily for him, he would only say, "I stopped believing everything I see." Then he'd smile, as if letting them in on a secret that wasn't hidden, just rarely noticed. To live lucidly is to become the dreamer inside the dream, still inside the world, but no longer asleep to its patterns. The script may still play, but you're no longer a character. You're the author. And reality begins to respond to the one who finally woke up. Her name was Amara, and for a long time she walked with a weight no one could see, the kind of weight that doesn't scream or collapse. It lingers, silent, pressing from the inside. Her husband had passed 2 years earlier, and while the world moved on, she lived in slow motion. Grief wasn't loud for her. It was quiet and steady, like a shadow that followed her into every room. She didn't stop living. She cooked meals, folded laundry, answered politely. But a part of her had closed, not broken, closed. Until one morning something changed, not dramatically but unmistakably. She woke before sunrise and sat by the window, not to pray, not to hope, but simply to be. The sky was still inked in blue, and in that soft silence she felt something brush against her, not a sound, not a vision, but a warmth, a presence, a frequency. It was the first moment in months that she didn't feel alone. Amara didn't speak of it to anyone. She just kept showing up to that window every morning, not searching for comfort, but receiving it. She realized her grief wasn't meant to be erased. It was meant to be alchemized. What she had lost wasn't gone. It had shifted forms. It had become light. Not light in the poetic sense, actual energy, palpable, soothing, intelligent. And the more she sat with it, the more it began to guide her. Subtle thoughts arrived uninvited, but welcome. A nudge to call someone, a sentence that answered an unspoken question, a feeling that everything somehow was not just okay, but sacred. Amara began to walk differently, slower but not from sorrow, with reverence, as if each step was part of something greater. Her neighbors noticed. They said she glowed, not in appearance, but in energy. Her presence softened the air. Strangers started speaking to her on park benches, saying they felt safe. She didn't try to heal them. She didn't offer advice. She just listened. And in that stillness, something divine flowed through her. The grief had not left. It had opened her. It had stripped away everything that didn't matter, leaving her receptive, clear, and wide enough to carry light. She realized that pain, when fully felt, creates a space nothing else can, a chamber for wisdom, a channel for grace. She didn't need to move on. She needed to walk with it differently. And the moment she stopped resisting the ache, it transformed. The universe doesn't bypass sorrow. It enters it, not to fix it, but to use it. Amara had become a transmitter, not because she tried, but because she surrendered. Her field was no longer cluttered by resistance. It was tuned. Grief had become a gate, and light had entered not to replace what was lost, but to reveal what had always been with her. Amara no longer feared loss. She walked with light, and every step was a quiet reminder that the heart, when fully broken, becomes a vessel deep enough to hold the divine. They called him simple, strange, too quiet for his age. He didn't speak often, but when he did, the room would soften. His name was Tavi, and from the time he could form sentences, he had only ever spoken what was true, not convenient, not expected, but real. He didn't lie, not because he feared punishment, but because lying felt like static in his chest. Even small untruths, the kind people use to smooth moments, made his body feel off. So he didn't speak them. If he was tired, he said so. If something didn't make sense, he asked why. If he loved someone, he told them, even when they didn't know how to respond. People misunderstood him. Adults thought he was defiant. Other children avoided him, not out of cruelty, but confusion. They couldn't understand someone who never played the social game. But Tavi didn't need to belong. He needed to stay in tune. He knew something others had forgotten, that the moment you betray what's true inside you, your frequency becomes unstable, and unstable signals don't create stable lives. Tavi's coherence was unbroken. His thoughts matched his words. His words matched his actions. His inner world and outer world were one. And that consistency began to ripple. One day, a teacher with a sharp tongue and heavy heart noticed that she couldn't raise her voice around him. Something about his presence disarmed her. Another day, a sick classmate who never smiled sat beside Tavi and laughed, really laughed, for the first time in months. People began to feel better around him, more honest, more present. It was subtle but unmistakable. Tavi wasn't performing kindness, he was resonating truth. Miracles began to happen, though no one called them that. Small impossibilities. A lost wallet found in an impossible place. A fractured friendship mended after a single conversation. A stray animal following Tavi home and falling asleep at his feet, as if it had found peace. He didn't claim to heal. He didn't claim to know, but the field around him became clean. Reality responded to his coherence with ease. Because when a person becomes fully aligned, the field doesn't hesitate. It organizes. Tavi grew older, but never outgrew that clarity. He still lived simply, still moved honestly. People now sought him out, not for advice, but to remember who they were before they started twisting themselves into what they thought the world wanted. He listened. He didn't fix. He held space so steady that others recalibrated just by being near him, not because he had power over them, but because his own power was never divided. The boy who never lied became the man who never disconnected. His life was not without challenge, but his signal never wavered, and because of that, the universe flowed to him cleanly. Truth became his frequency, and that frequency, unbroken, became the source of quiet miracles, everyday shifts that felt like grace, because they were not earned, just allowed, by someone who never stopped being who he truly was. She never raised her voice. She never tried to be seen. Yet when she entered a room, people noticed. not because she demanded attention, but because she carried presence, the kind that didn't need words, the kind that didn't need to explain or perform. Her name was Lyra, and those who spent time around her couldn't always explain what made her feel different. They just knew they felt better when she was near, more grounded, more clear, more themselves. She wasn't projecting power. She was radiating coherence. Her signal was steady, not because she tried to control it, but because she lived from alignment. Her presence was her broadcast. Lyra had learned something most people overlook, that energy speaks louder than language. You don't need to talk about confidence when you are confidence. You don't need to announce peace when it drips off your tone and movement. The field around you is always listening, not to your words, but to the frequency you hold while you speak, while you walk, while you simply are. Lyra understood that presence is not the absence of movement. It is the fullness of attention. When she listened, she was entirely there. When she walked, her breath was calm. When she sat in silence, it was not empty. It was resonant. That resonance made others feel safe without knowing why. Most people dilute their signal by trying too hard. They over-explain, overreach, overcompensate. But presence is undiluted energy. It requires no justification. It doesn't rush because it trusts its own timing. Lyra didn't teach people how to manifest. She didn't give instructions, but things manifested around her with stunning ease. She walked into places and the right doors opened. She thought of someone and they reached out. She moved through the world as if it were listening to her, because it was. Not to what she said, but to what she embodied. The strongest signals are silent. They are not broadcast from the mouth, but from the field. And the field responds not to ambition, but to congruence. When who you are on the inside matches what you radiate on the outside, the universe doesn't hesitate. It mirrors you with speed and precision. Lyra lived in that mirror without needing to force anything. Her only focus was staying tuned. She protected her peace like a sacred instrument, not out of fear, but out of awareness. She knew that her state was her message, and she chose to send one that spoke of stillness, trust, and quiet power. Presence does not chase, it attracts. It doesn't demand proof, it becomes the proof. You don't need more words to be heard, you need more alignment to be felt. The next time you enter a space, ask yourself what you're broadcasting before you speak, because even your silence is saying something. And when your energy is clear, steady, and real, that silence becomes the loudest thing in the room. Before you say a single word, the room already knows you. Before you offer a greeting, shake a hand, or deliver your ideas, something invisible has already arrived ahead of you. That something is your energy signature, a subtle yet powerful frequency that broadcasts your inner state with absolute precision. It is not crafted by your posture or style or even your tone. It is shaped by your truth. And people, even those who cannot explain energy, feel it instantly. They feel if you are congruent or performing. They feel if your smile is anchored or borrowed. They feel if what you carry matches what you say. Energy doesn't lie, and the body knows how to listen to it long before the ears do. There was a man named Rowan who walked into rooms with an ease that made people turn their heads. He didn't dress to impress. He didn't speak right away. But his presence landed first, subtle and steady, like a warm current moving through the air. Those who met him often said the same thing. I don't know what it is about you, but I feel calm around you. It wasn't charm, it wasn't charisma, it was coherence. Rowan had spent years learning how to become honest, not with the world, but with himself. He had stripped away the layers of pretending, the armor of approval-seeking, and the noise of trying to prove anything. What remained was a frequency of deep internal alignment. People didn't trust him because of what he said. They trusted him because his energy said it before he did. Energy signature recognition is how we navigate the world, even when we think we're using logic. It's why we're drawn to some and pulled away from others. It's why we feel safe in the presence of certain people and guarded in others, even if everything on the surface looks the same. The truth is, you can't hide your frequency. You can mask it, but only briefly. The field always reveals what's real, and the people around you, consciously or not, respond to that realness. This is why alignment matters more than performance. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be the loudest or the most articulate, but you do have to be honest. You have to carry a frequency that matches the identity you're claiming. If you say you're confident but radiate tension, the field reflects confusion. If you say you're at peace but vibrate with urgency, people feel the contradiction. But when you match your inner and outer worlds, your signal becomes clear, and clarity is magnetic. You don't need to control how others see you. You need to refine the energy you bring. Speak less, align more, let your truth be felt before it is heard. Because when you walk in with a frequency that is coherent, grounded, and real, people may not understand it, but they will remember it. And the universe will meet you there, responding not to the mask, but to the message beneath it. You are always carrying an instruction, not in your words, not in your plans, but in your field. The aura around you is not just energy, it is command. It whispers to the universe, "This is how things are for me." And the universe listens, not to what you hope for, but to what your aura assumes is already true. This is the aura of assumption. It's the unspoken tone of your being. The field doesn't wait for you to speak it aloud. It picks up the frequency, interprets it, and reflects it. Over and over again. A woman named Mira lived with a quiet but firm belief. Good things find me. She didn't say it often, and she didn't post it on her walls. But she walked with it. When she entered a room, her shoulders relaxed. When she met new people, her smile didn't beg for connection. It welcomed it. When delays happened, she didn't panic. She simply assumed that the reroute was better. She didn't force outcomes. She expected alignment, and that expectation radiated from her like warmth. People helped her without knowing why. Strangers opened doors. Opportunities unfolded without effort. It wasn't luck. It was her aura speaking first. Assumption is not about wishful thinking. It's not about forcing positivity. It is about deciding what is true for you, holding that truth in your body, and letting the field respond accordingly. Most people assume contradiction. They want abundance, but assume lack. They want love, but assume disappointment. Their aura tells one story while their words tell another. The field doesn't judge this. It simply mirrors it. When your aura is filled with tension, doubt, and apology, life responds in kind. But when your aura carries certainty, not arrogance, but quiet, embodied knowing, the field rearranges to support that certainty. This is why people can sense confidence without a word, why someone can walk into a room and shift its energy just by being present. The aura always enters first. It tells reality what to do. It tells people how to treat you. It tells outcomes how to unfold. And it does this based on your dominant assumption, what you believe is normal, inevitable, unshakable. To change your life, don't start by trying to think better thoughts. Start by upgrading your assumptions. What do you believe always happens for you? What do you expect without thinking? That's the code in your field. That's the blueprint you carry. And once you shift the assumption, the aura shifts with it. You begin to carry a different instruction, one that says, I am chosen, I am safe, I am supported. And reality listens. You don't have to say it. You just have to be it. The aura will do the rest. It broadcasts constantly, and the clearer the assumption, the cleaner the signal. The field is not confused. It follows the tone. So decide what's true, breathe it into your being, and let the energy around you lead. Because your aura is already in conversation with the universe, the only question is, what story is it telling now? Some instructions don't need sound. Some of the most powerful transmissions happen beneath the surface, unspoken, invisible, but undeniable. These are the silent command sequences, thought patterns so coherent, so certain, so layered with emotional truth that they override resistance without a fight. They don't need to convince. They don't need to repeat themselves endlessly. They simply imprint reality with quiet precision. The field doesn't need volume, it needs clarity. And a silent command, when encoded with certainty, is louder than any shouted affirmation. A man named Ezra learned this the hard way. He was a thinker, a planner, a fixer. Every time something didn't go his way, he'd overanalyze, strategize, and spiral into mental loops, trying to fix the external by adjusting the external. But life kept resisting him. The more he pushed, the more it pushed back. One morning, tired of trying, he sat in stillness and asked a different question. Not, what should I do, but what must I believe for this to work? And in that silence, a simple thought arose. It's already working. He didn't speak it, he felt it, not with hope, but with certainty. He layered that thought with breath, with trust, with surrender, and he began to return to it again and again, not as a chant, but as an anchor. Within days, resistance began to dissolve. Problems didn't vanish, they softened. Delays turned into redirections. Ezra realized that his thoughts weren't just stories, they were sequences. Each one sent instructions to the field, and when those instructions were clear, consistent, and confident, reality responded. Silent command sequences are not about controlling your mind. They are about embedding a new frequency. You don't need hundreds of thoughts. You need a few that you return to so completely that they begin to live in your nervous system. Thoughts like, everything is unfolding for me. I am already aligned. Nothing real is missing. When you think these with certainty, not to make them true, but because they are true in your chosen reality, you override the scattered static of doubt. The magic happens in the layering. A single thought combined with calm breath, with embodied posture, with emotional agreement becomes a command. You're not just thinking it, you're broadcasting it through every system in your body. The resistance that used to fight back loses traction. The static that clouded your signal clears. You're no longer asking the universe to help you. You're instructing it with stillness. You don't have to explain your frequency. You just have to hold it. Choose one command, one pure signal. Layer it with presence, with repetition, with emotion, and return to it daily, not to beg reality to shift, but to become the person for whom it already has. Because in the silence behind your thoughts lives a current that shapes everything. And when you learn to speak through it without sound, the universe doesn't just hear you, it obeys. Conviction carries voltage, not metaphorically, energetically. It is the difference between a thought that fizzles and a thought that creates, between an idea that floats and a belief that reshapes reality. The soul's voltage is the electric charge of certainty, the silent pulse that makes the field listen more and more closely. When you truly believe, not with desperation, but with knowing, your signal becomes charged. And charged signals don't wander. They pierce. They land. A woman named Sarah once lived in constant doubt. Every decision came with hesitation. Every dream was shadowed by the fear that she wasn't enough. She did the work. She visualized. She journaled. But nothing changed, not in a lasting way. Then one night, while walking under a sky that felt unusually clear, something snapped, not in pain, but in clarity. She stopped, looked up, and said out loud, "I'm done begging for what's already mine." There was no performance in her voice, no emotion she was trying to summon, just a deep, grounded conviction. In that moment, something in her field shifted. It was like flipping a switch. The next day, things moved. A delayed opportunity resurfaced. A conversation she'd been avoiding resolved itself. It wasn't a miracle. It was voltage. The soul doesn't need volume to be powerful. It needs alignment. When your belief matches your vision and your emotions agree, the result is electricity. A charged signal cuts through the fog of uncertainty. It tells the universe, this is not a wish. This is a fact in motion. And the universe listens differently to that tone, not because it favors some people, but because it follows coherence. Many people send weak signals. They want deeply, but believe softly. They repeat mantras, but their energy trails off mid-sentence. Their frequency flickers. It doesn't hold. The soul's voltage can't build in a system riddled with doubt. To raise your charge, you must anchor your belief, not just once, but consistently. Voltage doesn't spike through drama. It builds through repetition, through standing in your truth, especially when nothing outside confirms it yet. To activate this charge, find the belief that feels like home, not the belief that's flashy or popular, but the one that roots into your bones when you say it. Then speak it internally like it's already lived in. Layer it with breath, with posture, with movement. Each time you return to it, you increase the current. You're not just believing anymore, you're embodying, and embodiment is the spark. The field responds not to good intentions, but to energetic clarity. It moves when your soul's voltage rises past resistance, past logic, past fear. And in that moment, reality doesn't need convincing. It realigns on its own. You don't need more words. You need more charge. The kind that comes from belief so deep, it electrifies your presence. When you carry that, doors open, signals land, life responds. Not because you forced it, but because your voltage finally matched the outcome calling you forward. Some agreements are never spoken aloud. They don't come through contracts, nods, or words. They happen in the field, in silence, in stillness, in the spaces between thought. This is the invisible yes, a quiet resonance where your vibration aligns with a version of reality, and the universe takes that agreement as instruction. You don't have to declare it. You don't have to explain it. When you truly say yes to something, energetically, not just intellectually, reality begins to move around that frequency. Life doesn't respond to what you say you want. It responds to what you're aligned with saying yes to. A man named Elias had spent years trying to step into a larger version of himself. He visualized success, spoke affirmations, and took inspired action, but something always felt like it was pushing back. The flow never sustained. One evening, while journaling, he realized he had been speaking yes, with his voice but vibrating no in his body. Deep down, he was still uncertain, still guarded, still unsure if he could handle what he said he wanted. His frequency hadn't agreed. That night, instead of writing goals, he closed his eyes and imagined the version of him who had already stepped in, not to force it, but to feel it. And when he found that feeling, he breathed into it, settled into it, let it land. He didn't speak a word, but something in his field shifted, a yes deeper than language. The next day, unexpected movement, a delayed opportunity resurfaced, a stuck situation unstuck, not because he tried harder, but because the signal changed. The invisible yes is powerful because it carries no resistance. It doesn't need proof. It doesn't beg or convince. It simply vibrates agreement, and the field listens. Most people are not blocked by outside forces. They're blocked by internal hesitation. They say yes, but hold their breath. They speak confidence, but vibrate caution. The universe doesn't punish this. It just mirrors it. When your entire being says yes, not loudly, but clearly, you stop contradicting your signal. You stop sending mixed messages. The doubt dissolves. The field organizes. You don't have to chase what you've already welcomed. This yes lives in your posture, in your breath, in the way you wake up and carry yourself before anything happens. It lives in the decision to feel safe before the evidence appears, to feel chosen before you're called, to agree with your future as if it's already here, because energetically it is. You don't need to tell the universe you're ready. You need to feel it, fully, calmly, with your whole being. The invisible yes is a sacred contract made without noise. It's the signal that tells the quantum field, I've moved, align with me. And it does. Because once your frequency says yes without flinching, life says yes right back. Not with fanfare, but with flow. Not with volume, but with inevitability. There is a kind of belief that doesn't shake. Not because it's rigid or forced, but because it lives so deeply in the body that it no longer needs reinforcement. It doesn't tremble under time or wobble when things delay. It simply is. This is divine certainty, not the loud kind, not the desperate kind, but the calm, rooted knowing that says, it's done, even before anything shows up. The divine certainty protocol is not about proving your faith. It's about emitting a frequency so coherent, so clean, that the field has no option but to organize around it. It is belief without begging, conviction without clenching. A woman named Solene discovered this not through spiritual teachings or books, but through experience. After years of trying to manifest her vision, a healing studio, a quiet space where others could return to themselves, she found herself constantly pushing. Every day she affirmed, she visualized, she planned. But deep inside, something remained tense. She was trying to believe, trying to act as if, trying to hold the feeling, but that effort carried strain, and the strain clouded her signal. One morning, exhausted and frustrated, she stopped everything. She didn't journal, she didn't visualize. She just sat, breathed, felt, and a thought came, soft but unshakable. I've already chosen this. I don't need to chase what I've claimed. In that moment, something shifted, not dramatically but permanently. She didn't do more after that. She did less, with more power. Each choice came from alignment, not from fear. She didn't check for signs. She became the sign. Her energy settled into a steady hum, and soon after, so did her life. The space she envisioned opened, not through struggle, but through invitation. Not because she had finally worked hard enough, but because she had finally stopped scrambling. The protocol of divine certainty is simple, but rare. It begins with a clear choice, not one made in haste, but one made in alignment. You don't declare what you hope will happen. You choose what already belongs to you in vibration. Then you let that decision live in your breath, your body, your walk, your pauses. You no longer leak energy into doubt. You stop retelling stories of waiting. You emit presence. This isn't about indifference or ignoring challenges. It's about not letting those challenges shape your frequency. Divine certainty means your inner tone remains undisturbed. The same frequency day after day, as if the outcome had already arrived, because energetically it has. The field doesn't respond to strained belief. It responds to relaxed alignment. When you move with the calm confidence of someone who has already arrived, doors open not because you force them, but because they're responding to your tone. Divine certainty does not rush. It does not prove. It simply knows. And in that knowing, the field bends, not as reward, but as reflection. You don't need to say more. You only need to stabilize. And once your energy stops searching, everything starts moving. There's a moment when you stop gripping, not because you've given up, but because you've let go in the most powerful way. A kind of stillness enters the body, not resignation, not defeat, but trust. This is the pulse of surrender. It's not passive. It's not about walking away. It's about sending a new signal, one that no longer carries tension, urgency, or demand. Surrender is not silence. It is a vibration. And when that vibration enters the field responds with precision, not because it was finally forced to, but because it was finally allowed to. A man named Joran spent years trying to bring his vision to life. He had the drive, the discipline, the clarity. But underneath it all was pressure, a tightness in his chest, a background hum of, why hasn't it happened yet? No matter how refined his practice became, there was always a subtle demand woven into it. And life mirrored that. Progress followed by friction, opportunity followed by withdrawal. One afternoon, after another closed door, he walked into the woods and sat beside a stream. He didn't meditate, he didn't plan, he just sat. The sound of the water moved through him, and in that rhythm, something let go. Not out of despair, but clarity. "I'm done pushing," he whispered. And he meant it. In that breath, something else took over. From that day, Joran's energy changed. He still took action, but not from force. He moved from flow. The same field that once resisted him now met him with ease. He hadn't changed the dream, he had changed the tone. His surrender became his signal. The universe does not need your effort, it needs your openness. And surrender is the highest form of openness there is. When you release your grip on how and when, your energy softens, and soft energy is magnetic. Demanding energy creates distance, but surrendered energy draws outcomes to you, not because you've given up, but because you've aligned with the deeper rhythm of trust. Most people confuse surrender with inaction, but surrender is fully active on the vibrational level. It says, "I have made my choice, and now I release the need to control its arrival." This creates space for intuition to guide you, space for timing to align, space for the universe to do what it's always been ready to do, respond. The pulse of surrender is subtle but strong. You can feel it in the breath that no longer holds tension, in the gaze that no longer scans for signs, in the posture of someone who has nothing left to prove. This state doesn't speak loudly, it resonates. You don't surrender because you're weak. You surrender because you're clear. The transmission is no longer about wanting. It becomes a quiet, embodied readiness. And in that readiness, life hears you. Because the moment you stop demanding, you start receiving. Not less, but more. Not slower, but cleaner. The field doesn't rush to meet need. It flows to meet peace. And surrender is that peace. Felt, lived, and finally returned. Most people send out their desires like clenched fists, tight with hope, thick with urgency. They want so badly to receive that they forget how to let go. But manifestation doesn't arrive through gripping. It arrives through clarity. And clarity only comes when the signal is clean, when it's not tangled with fear, when it's not dripping in need, when it's not layered with emotional static. Non-attachment isn't disinterest. It's energetic hygiene. It's how you transmit from open hands instead of closed ones. The universe responds not to how much you want it, but to how clearly you signal it. And nothing clears the signal faster than letting go of your need to control it. A woman named Arlen had been trying to bring one thing into her life for years, a home that felt like peace. She'd imagined it in detail, pictured the rooms, the garden, the quiet mornings. She made lists, set intentions, drove through neighborhoods, but every path forward collapsed. Every promising option slipped away. At first, she took it as a sign to try harder. Then one day, after yet another failed application, she paused. Her body was tight, her mind was loud. Her energy was broadcasting fear disguised as desire. That evening, she lit a candle, placed her hands on her chest, and said something simple. "If it's meant for me, it will come. If not, something better will." It wasn't defeat, it was surrender into non-attachment. That night, she slept differently. Her mind no longer paced. And 3 days later, she got a call about a rental she hadn't even applied for. Quiet, spacious, perfect. Non-attachment isn't a lack of caring. It's the presence of trust. When you're non-attached, you're not giving up the outcome. You're giving up your grip on how it has to look. And that release creates clarity. Suddenly, your choices are sharper. Your emotions settle. You stop chasing signs and start recognizing them. Your energy stops pleading and starts inviting. The message you send becomes, "I'm ready when it's time." And the universe hears that. Attachment clouds your signal because it's rooted in fear. Fear of missing out. Fear of not being worthy. Fear of being forgotten. And fear is loud. It disrupts the harmony of your intention. But non-attachment is quiet and certain. It whispers, "I trust the intelligence behind this process." And that tone opens doors that effort alone can't budge. This doesn't mean you stop desiring. Desire is sacred, but when you hold it lightly, it becomes a beacon, not a burden. You transmit, then you release. You decide, then you breathe. You send the signal, then let the field shape its response. The things meant for you arrive faster when your hands are open, when your energy is clean, when your frequency is not clogged with demand. Let go, not because you don't care, but because you care enough to make room for something better than control, alignment. Non-attachment is not detachment. It is trust in motion, and trust always carries a clear signal, one the universe can't help but answer. Some signals whisper, others waver, but the ones that reshape reality radiate. They don't just drift into the field, they land. Fully, clearly, without distortion. This is the radiance principle. Become so aligned, so precise in your frequency, that the universe cannot misinterpret you. No static, no contradiction, no maybe. Just clarity that glows from the inside out. When you embody this, life doesn't hesitate. It recognizes your signal instantly, and because it recognizes you, it reorganizes around you. There was a woman named Lane who lived most of her life in the background. She didn't mind being quiet, but she often felt invisible, not seen, not chosen, not heard. She tried to raise her voice, to assert herself, but nothing stuck. Then one afternoon, while reading by a window, she realized something profound. It wasn't that people couldn't see her, it was that her energy didn't declare her presence. She wasn't sending mixed signals, she wasn't sending any. Her desires were internalized, unspoken, dimmed. That day she made a decision not to become louder, but to become clearer. She began to align her inner world with her outer signal. She walked as if she belonged. She spoke from truth, not from fear. She didn't try to be bold. She became radiant. Within weeks, everything shifted. Invitations came without her asking. Ideas flowed without resistance. People leaned in, not because she demanded it, but because her field had become unmistakable. She was no longer hoping to be noticed. She was tuned. The radiance was not in her tone, but in her coherence. Radiance is not brightness. It's clarity. It's the absence of internal static. When your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and actions align, your signal becomes pure, and the universe responds instantly to purity. Most delays in manifestation are not about time, they're about confusion. The field receives too many conflicting signals. Want mixed with fear, belief mixed with doubt, vision mixed with hesitation. But when the signal is clean, the response is immediate. You don't become radiant by trying harder. You become radiant by becoming real. By aligning what you want with what you actually feel. By stripping away the shoulds, the performance, the pleasing. Radiance doesn't beg for approval. It emanates truth. And truth is magnetic. This principle works not just with people, but with outcomes. When you hold an intention with such internal clarity that every cell in your body agrees, the path ahead cannot help but open. The universe is not ignoring you. It's just waiting to see you clearly. And when it does, it delivers not as a favor, but as a function of your alignment. Don't ask to be noticed. Radiate. Don't try to be understood. Be so congruent that nothing can be misunderstood. Speak less if you must. But when you move with the frequency of someone who already is. Because when your energy is undeniable, life doesn't question it. It reflects it, fully, clearly, without delay. There comes a point when you stop visiting your desired frequency and start living as it, not occasionally, not when conditions are perfect, but always, steadily, consistently. You stop reaching for alignment like it's a destination and instead become the embodiment of it. This is living as the frequency, not performing the identity, but becoming it so completely that your external reality has no choice but to adjust. You don't shift into your higher self for a meditation or a morning routine. You remain there even while you're cooking, commuting, answering emails, folding laundry. It's not about effort, it's about identity. A man named Nico used to experience flashes of clarity, moments when everything aligned, when he felt tuned, powerful, in sync with something much larger, but they never lasted. He called them peaks, but deep down, he knew that they weren't peaks. They were glimpses of who he actually was underneath the noise. One day, after yet another crash from a high-frequency morning into a low-vibration afternoon, he asked himself a different question. What would happen if I refused to drop the signal? That day, he didn't change his plans or rearrange his schedule. He just carried the frequency with him, in line at the store, in traffic, on the phone. He didn't try to stay in alignment. He lived as if he already was. And slowly, the gap between his peaks and his reality disappeared. When you live as the frequency, you stop checking to see if it's working. You stop looking for signs. You stop needing proof, because you're no longer transmitting to get a response. You're transmitting because it's who you are now. It's your home base, your normal, your constant tone. The field doesn't respond to intensity. It responds to consistency. It listens to what you embody all day, not what you hope for in small windows of time. If you drop into your ideal vibration in the morning and leak it through worry, the rest of the day your signal becomes fragmented. But when your being holds the tone without interruption, reality has no room to reflect anything else. Living as the frequency means asking better questions, not what do I need to do to attract this, but how would I think, speak, move, and respond if I already had it? Then doing exactly that over and over until the future version of you stops feeling like the future and starts feeling like the only version that ever existed. There's no arrival point, only deeper embodiment. You refine, you realign, you repeat, until the field no longer sees a gap between your energy and your environment. It sinks because you synced first. You are not here to dip into alignment. You are here to live from it, to let it shape your tone, your timing, your choices. Because once your identity and your frequency become the same, reality doesn't have to catch up. It meets you right where you are, already aligned, already arrived, already living it. There is a shift that happens when you stop moving toward your vision and begin moving from it. Not imagining it, not rehearsing it, but walking as if the version of you that already has it is the one making every decision. This is acting from the future, not hoping it will arrive, but knowing it already has, energetically, and letting that knowing guide your words, actions, posture, and pace. You stop trying to become and start expressing who you already are in a timeline where it's done. A woman named Salma lived with a vision so clear it felt like memory. She saw herself standing on a stage, not for fame, but for service. She dreamed of speaking to others with power, guiding them through her story into their own breakthroughs. But every time she tried to take a step forward, fear slowed her down. She believed the dream, but still acted like someone trying to reach it, not someone living it. One day, after rereading a letter she'd written to her future self, she saw something in her own words that changed everything. I speak from the center of who I am. That sentence didn't sound like someone reaching, it sounded like someone rooted. That day she made a choice, not to try harder, but to act from the future. She sat down and asked herself, if the version of me on that stage were making decisions right now, what would she do? The answers came without noise. She adjusted her tone in emails. She stood taller when she entered a room. She spoke with a calm that didn't chase approval. It wasn't pretending, it was permission. And within weeks, her first opportunity arrived. Not by accident, but by resonance. When you act from the future, you collapse time. You cut through the illusion that something is far away, and instead match the energy of it now. The field doesn't care if the external hasn't caught up. It responds to frequency. And the moment your frequency becomes indistinguishable from the version of you who already has it, reality begins to shift in your direction. This way of living doesn't require drama. It requires decision. You wake up and move as the person who already knows. You speak less about becoming and more from being. You don't wait for the proof. You become it. Every choice becomes a vote for the life that's already done in the quantum. You're not attracting it. You're aligning with it. The field does not follow desperation. It follows clarity. Acting from the future is clarity embodied. It's walking through life like the arrival already happened. And when you do, the world rearranges, not because you begged it to, but because you finally became a match for what was waiting all along. You don't chase destiny. You act from it. And that action tells the field, I am already there. So reality opens the door to meet you exactly where you've chosen to stand. There is a place within you that does not move. It does not react. It does not chase or retreat. It simply is. Most people never touch it because they're always reaching for results, reaching for healing, reaching for a future that proves their worth. But this place is different. It is the 0-point self, not the version of you shaped by goals or fears, but the version that exists before any story begins. It is pure stillness, not the absence of activity, but the presence of everything. When you meet it, even for a moment, your field becomes so coherent, so powerful, that the world bends quietly to your frequency, not because you asked, but because you returned to your original state. A man named Theo lived with constant pressure. He believed he had to stay in motion, to stay worthy. If he wasn't building, fixing, striving, he felt like he was falling behind. His nervous system was always humming, his thoughts always spinning. He knew the language of manifestation, but never felt its flow. Until one afternoon, drained beyond strategy, he sat down and said, I'm not doing anything. Not as avoidance, as a decision. He closed his eyes, let his breath slow, and didn't visualize or affirm. He just listened, not to his mind, but to what was underneath it. In that silence, something opened. He didn't float. He didn't receive a message. He simply felt a presence. Himself, unburdened, not who he thought he needed to be, but who he always was beneath the noise. That stillness wasn't empty. It was charged, full. The tension in his chest dissolved. And when he stood up, he felt like a different man. Not because his outer life had changed, but because his center had finally come online. The days that followed were smooth in ways he couldn't explain. Calls returned. Solutions emerged. He took fewer actions, but they moved more. His vibration had shifted, and the shift began in stillness. The 0-point self is not an escape. It is the anchor. When you return to it, you stop leaking energy into timelines that don't serve you. You stop chasing outcomes that only mirror your disconnection. You don't have to fix your frequency. You just have to drop beneath the fluctuations. The stillness you access there is not passive. It is precision. It sharpens your broadcast. It returns you to source. When you operate from this place, your thoughts become clearer, your decisions simpler. You no longer act from fear of missing out, but from alignment with what is already yours. You begin to carry a gravity, not heavy but undeniable. The field feels it, people feel it, and life starts to reflect it. You don't need to push harder, you need to return, not to who you were, but to who you've always been beneath the noise. The 0-point self is not a technique, it is a frequency. And when you rest in it, you stop sending scattered signals. You transmit truth. And truth, when felt from stillness, moves everything. There are moments when the world you've known no longer fits. Not gradually, not politely, but suddenly. A thought lands, a belief breaks, a choice is made, and everything around you responds in real time. What once seemed fixed begins to shift. What once resisted now flows. This is the mirror collapse effect. Reality, like a mirror, reflects your identity until you change. And the moment you truly shift your self-perception, the reflection has no choice but to follow, instantly. Not slowly bending, but breaking, shattering the old image and reorganizing around the new. A man named Jalen lived years trapped in the identity of someone just barely getting by. Every step forward was met with setbacks. He told himself he was patient, that his time would come, but underneath, he was still transmitting the same old frequency. I'm someone who struggles. One day, while listening to a conversation at a cafe, he heard a phrase that sliced through him. You don't get what you want. You get what you believe you are. It hit like glass cracking from the inside. For a moment, everything paused. Not the world, but his story about it. He walked home in silence, and before he reached the front door, he made a decision. Not to think differently, but to become someone else entirely. Not through pretense, but through identity. I am no longer the struggler, he thought, and for the first time it felt real. The next morning, the reflection shifted. Emails arrived, a long-delayed payment cleared, an invitation from someone he admired popped into his inbox. He hadn't changed his plans, but he had changed his posture. His reality hadn't evolved. It had collapsed and reformed because the mirror could no longer show the old self. Reality mirrors the structure of your consciousness. When that structure cracks, when you no longer see yourself the same, the mirror collapses. The environment reorganizes not out of kindness, but out of necessity. The quantum field does not cling to what was. It reflects what is. And when your internal state sends out a frequency incompatible with your former life, the match is broken. The reflection shatters, and from that collapse a new version of reality begins to emerge. Most people fear this collapse because it means letting go of the familiar. But what they don't realize is that the shatter is not chaos, it's clarity. It means your new signal has become stronger than your history. That the illusion holding the old reflection in place has lost its power, and that you, in your stillness, have sent a new command. You don't have to wait for evidence to become someone new. You only have to align so completely with your chosen identity that the world no longer recognizes who you used to be. When you do, the mirror doesn't argue. It just breaks, and then, almost without effort, reforms into something that finally matches who you really are. Not because you forced it, because you remembered. Some signals don't stop with you. They ripple outward long after you've spoken, long after you've left the room. There is a kind of transmission that lives beyond presence, a frequency encoded not just in words, but in how you lived, how you chose, how you carried your truth. This is legacy, not reputation, not recognition. Legacy is the energetic imprint you leave on others simply by becoming who you were meant to be. It's not taught, it's transferred, passed silently through presence, carried in the tone of your voice, the calm in your decisions, the clarity of your walk. Legacy is transmission made permanent. There was a teacher named Mirek, known not for what he taught, but for who he was. He never raised his voice, never tried to impress, but his students remembered him for decades, not because of a single lesson, but because of how they felt in his presence. Safe, seen, steady. He didn't preach about potential. He modeled it. He didn't force belief. He lived as someone who believed in himself and therefore others. And that frequency rubbed off. One former student said years later, I don't remember what he said. I remember who I became after being around him. This is the transmission of legacy. You encode your frequency in the field around you, and others begin to tune to it without even realizing. Your calm becomes their anchor. Your clarity becomes their permission. Your joy becomes their map. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be honest. The field doesn't need your performance. It needs your coherence. Legacy happens when your frequency is strong enough to remain, when who you are carries so much presence that even silence communicates, even absence teaches. It's not about having a platform. It's about being the platform. A stable signal in a world of noise. A living invitation that says, this is possible. You may never know who you influence. You may never see the ripple, But that's the beauty of energetic legacy. It moves in ways the mind can't track. A stranger watches how you treat a waiter and rethinks how they treat their employees. A friend listens to how you speak about your dreams and remembers their own. A child watches you recover from failure and quietly stores that resilience inside them. You're always transmitting. The question is, what frequency are you leaving behind? The most powerful legacies are often unspoken, not because they lack clarity, but because they don't need to be explained. They're felt. They're remembered in the body, not just the mind. You don't pass on information, you pass on vibration. So walk like your presence teaches. Love like your joy is contagious. Act like your choices ripple into others, because they do. The transmission of legacy begins the moment you align your life with who you truly are, and once that signal is stable, the universe doesn't just respond, it echoes through you, through others, through time. At some point, the lines blur. You stop feeling like someone who is sending signals out and start feeling like the signal itself. You stop broadcasting affirmations, desires, intentions, and you begin radiating a frequency that needs no explanation. You become the source code, the original pattern, the origin point from which reality responds. This is not a role you play, it is a remembering, a return to the version of you that doesn't try to influence reality, because it knows it already is reality in motion. There was a woman named Sana who spent years fine-tuning her signal. She did the work, she meditated, she aligned, she visualized, she healed. She became skilled at broadcasting clarity, but even as her manifestations began to appear, something still felt slightly separate. She could feel the effort in her intention, a quiet trying, even if it was smooth. One morning, while sitting alone before sunrise, she realized what needed to shift. She didn't want to just send signals anymore. She wanted to be the source, not in control, but in coherence. That day, she made a decision, not to transmit better, but to stop transmitting altogether, to become the broadcaster. It wasn't a change in technique, it was a change in being. She stopped speaking to the universe as if it were distant. She stopped waiting for signs. She began walking as if she were the sign. Every movement became declaration, not because she hoped to influence, but because she had already aligned. Her life didn't speed up, it deepened. People responded without knowing why. Reality softened, time opened, not because she did more, but because she had stepped into origin. To become the source code is to stop outsourcing your power. You don't ask reality to show up a certain way. You walk in the knowing that it already has. Your life becomes a transmission not of effort, but of embodiment. You don't broadcast to get results. You walk as the frequency that creates them. The universe no longer hears your request. It reflects your state. This doesn't mean you never feel off or unsure. It means those fluctuations no longer shake your signal. You've anchored it too deeply. It's running beneath the surface now, like background music that never stops playing. Even when you rest, it hums. Even when you speak of ordinary things, the tone beneath is extraordinary. You're no longer asking, waiting, adjusting. You're becoming. You're standing at the core of your chosen identity, and the world is forming around it. You don't project possibility, you embody inevitability. When you become the source code, life doesn't feel like something you manage. It feels like something you remember, something that always knew how to respond to the one who stopped asking for light and became it. From this place, everything moves, not because you asked louder, but because the field finally recognized the voice of its own author, you. There is a layer beneath thought, a place where language dissolves and certainty rises, not through logic, but through presence. This is the realm of knowing, not guessing, not hoping, not rationalizing, just knowing. It doesn't explain itself because it doesn't need to. It arrives fully formed, complete, unmistakable. Most people never reach it because they stay in the mind, asking, comparing, analyzing, waiting for confirmation. But the field doesn't respond to noise. It responds to purity. And the purest signal you can send is not a thought. It's a frequency of knowing. When you transcend thought and emit that frequency, reality doesn't hesitate. It aligns. A man named Cale spent years studying intuition. He read every book, followed every teacher, practiced every technique. But the more he studied, the louder his mind became. Every intuitive nudge was met with 10 questions. Every inner whisper was drowned in debate. He couldn't hear the signal anymore, just his own thinking about it. One day, tired of chasing clarity through thoughts, he sat in silence and asked a different question. What if I already know? That sentence dropped into his chest like a stone. Not heavy, grounding. His body stilled. His mind didn't need to answer. Something deeper had. From that moment, Cale stopped chasing intuition. He let it rise. And the less he thought, the more he knew. Intuition is not a gift. It's a natural signal that most people ignore because it doesn't speak the way the mind does. It doesn't justify. It doesn't explain. It simply pulses, nudges, pulls. When you trust it, your field sharpens. When you question it, your signal fractures. The mind wants control, but knowing wants presence. It comes when you stop searching and start listening. Not with ears, but with attention. Transcending thought doesn't mean silencing the mind. It means stepping beyond it. Not resisting it, but recognizing that it's not the final authority. There is something older than thought inside you, something closer to the source. When you act from that place, you stop transmitting doubt. You stop second-guessing your signal. You walk with a tone that says, "This is who I am." And the universe mirrors it. Most delays in manifestation come not from misalignment, but from mistrust of knowing. You receive the insight, you feel the nudge, and then you talk yourself out of it. Every time you do, the signal weakens. But when you feel the truth and follow it, quickly, calmly, cleanly, the signal becomes undeniable. And life doesn't just listen, it adjusts. You don't need to think your way into your next level. You need to feel your way into it. Let the knowing come through the body, through the breath, through the stillness. Then let that knowing lead. It doesn't have to be loud. It only has to be trusted. Because when you stop thinking and start transmitting from the core of what you already know, the field doesn't wait for evidence. It moves in real time. Not because you explained yourself, but because your signal was too clear to ignore. There comes a moment when you stop asking, not out of frustration, but out of remembrance. You realize the universe was never responding to your words. It was responding to your frequency. Every request you've made, every intention you've whispered, every hope you've placed into the void was already heard. But the field doesn't answer based on repetition. It answers when you become the version of you who no longer needs to ask. That's when everything changes, because the most powerful signal isn't a plea, it's embodiment. A woman named Kalia spent years crafting the perfect affirmations, morning routines, moon rituals, vision boards filled with clarity. She spoke her desires with precision, but deep down, she still felt separate from them. She was always requesting, always reaching for the next level, until one day, while standing barefoot in her garden, a single realization arrived so gently, it nearly brought her to her knees. If I was already the one who has it, I wouldn't still be asking for it. That thought didn't bring guilt. It brought liberation. She exhaled, and for the first time, she didn't make a new request. She simply stood there and felt what it meant to already be. From that moment on, she stopped asking and started living, not pretending, embodying. Her posture shifted, her choices aligned, her emotions stopped waiting for permission. Life began to meet her where she stood, not because she earned it, but because she matched it. To stop requesting doesn't mean you stop creating. It means you create from the inside out. You no longer approach the universe like a vending machine. You approach it like a mirror. You no longer say, "Please bring this into my life." You say, "This is who I am now." And the field, exact and obedient, reflects that identity with unshakable precision. The habit of requesting comes from the illusion of separation, that the things you desire live outside of you, waiting for some future version of yourself to finally be worthy. But embodiment closes that distance. It tells the universe there is no waiting, there is no gap. I am already her, I am already him, I am already it. This shift doesn't happen in a single leap. It's a decision repeated in small moments. You wake up and carry yourself as the version who no longer needs proof. You make choices from completion, not from lack. You regulate your energy like someone who already owns their future. No drama, no desperation, just congruence. When you stop making requests, you start giving commands, not with force, but with frequency. And those commands are not sentences, they are states. You command through how you move, through how you rest, through how you breathe when no one is watching. The universe is not waiting for better words, it's waiting for deeper embodiment. And the moment you stop asking and start becoming, everything you once reached for begins to reach back. Not because you asked louder, but because you finally spoke the only language the field never misinterprets: being. Reality is not random, it's rhythmic. It doesn't just respond, it repeats. It takes your last clear signal and echoes it forward into form. The conversation you're having with life is not happening in words, but in frequencies. And every moment you're living right now is the echo of a vibration you sent out before, not as punishment, not as reward, just as precision. Reality doesn't forget what you say with your energy. It sings it back in the language of timing, circumstance, and reflection. Your job is not to control the echo. It's to become aware of the signal. A man named Lennox once felt trapped in cycles he couldn't explain. The same setbacks, the same near misses, the same almosts. No matter how clearly he set intentions, things seemed to loop. One night, lying in bed with silence thicker than thought, he asked himself a question he had never asked before. What have I been broadcasting without realizing? The answers came, not in language, but in memory. The fear behind every decision, the hesitation wrapped in his tone, the disbelief woven into his smile. It had never been his goals that failed. It had been the frequency beneath them. And that frequency, repeated long enough, had become the sound the universe was now echoing. From that night on, he stopped focusing on outcomes. He started tuning his presence. He asked himself daily, what tone am I sending right now? He stopped reacting to the echo and started reshaping the original note. Slowly, the rhythm of his life changed, not overnight, but unmistakably, because the moment he changed his signal, the echo had no choice but to follow. The truth is, your external world is the past, the present is your broadcast, and the future is your echo. If you want to know what you've been transmitting, look around. If you want to change what you're experiencing, go within. Reality does not originate outside of you. It amplifies what's inside. This is why clarity is more powerful than effort. You can chase all day, but if your frequency is scattered, the echo will be too. But when you hold a steady tone, when your thoughts, emotions, and actions vibrate in harmony, the field aligns, not because it wants to reward you, but because it's built to reflect you. There's nothing to force, just something to notice. Each breath is a broadcast, each choice, a chord, each feeling, a tone you send into the silence. And that silence responds always with your echo. So listen, not just to what's happening, but to what it's saying about you. Then shift, not to fix the world, but to tune your signal, because the moment you align, the echo shifts, the tone changes, and the rhythm of your life begins to sing back a new song, one that was always waiting to be heard, one that sounds just like you, clear, true, resonant, real. There is a level of being where you no longer try to influence reality because you realize you are the source of it. Not metaphorically, literally. The universe is not happening to you. It is happening through you, for you, and as you. Every experience you've had, every twist of fate, every silence, every breakthrough, they were echoes of a frequency you've been holding. And at the highest level of awareness, you remember the truth. You are the thought the universe obeys. Not a fleeting thought, not a scattered desire, but the deep-rooted identity you've chosen to live as. That identity becomes your broadcast, and the broadcast becomes law. A woman named Neera once lived at the edge of herself, constantly questioning, constantly reaching. She knew she had power, but it always felt just out of reach. She manifested small things, proved to herself that reality could shift. But the big vision, her full expansion, never anchored. Until one night, under the weight of quiet frustration, she stopped trying to pull the future toward her. She sat in silence and asked a question that came from somewhere deeper than the mind. Who would I be if I remembered that I'm the source? She didn't get an answer. She became one. From that moment, she stopped trying to match frequencies outside of herself. She tuned inward. She stopped speaking to the universe as something separate and started speaking as the universe in motion. Her tone shifted, her choices sharpened, not because she gained confidence, but because she dropped the illusion of separation. And the field responded, not like a servant, but like a mirror with no delay. The God frequency isn't a state you visit. It's a level you embody. It's the unwavering conviction that your inner state is the creative authority. Not someday, not after alignment. Now, the moment you stop waiting and begin being, the universe listens differently. You're not asking, you're expressing. You're not manifesting, you're commanding. Quietly, powerfully, unmistakably. This isn't about ego, it's about essence. The God frequency doesn't roar, it hums, it doesn't beg, it declares. You don't raise your voice, you raise your vibration. You don't push the world, you move, and the world moves with you. To live at this level is to take full authorship of your life, not through control, but through coherence. You align thought, emotion, identity, and behavior into one singular signal, and that signal becomes law in the field. Reality no longer takes its cue from your efforts. It takes its cue from your being. You are not a receiver waiting for answers. You are the thought that shapes the system. And when you finally live as that truth, when you move, speak, rest, and choose from the God frequency, nothing is out of reach. Because nothing is outside of you. The universe isn't obeying your request. It's obeying your resonance. And that resonance is the original source code, spoken not in words, but in who you are.